Really, if you want to talk anytime, call me, you know. He was very good at that.
Could have used it, what was it, the night, not this morning, yesterday, we got him out there.
I mean,
Trip.
It's a new year, I'm getting about.
And I didn't get
We're gonna
the
touch this table.
meeting.
Yeah.
We're not gonna do a second flags on the regular meeting, are we?
I went to bed
We're not gonna
about
do
1
second flags.
and got up at 6:30.
We're doing
Can't
one
let me
here, right?
sleep an hour longer.
that was nice.
We should? Okay.
Just be careful when you get up. You don't
Yes,
trip
this is
over.
nice.
Okay.
Did you get the? Yeah. And you wrote when I called you.
Watch the wires.
Be careful. Yeah. We're gonna make sure we check it.
The changes.
Yes.
Is everybody ready? Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to call the Hainesport Township Joint Land Use Board Reorganization Meeting to order. Could everyone please rise for the flag salute? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Sunshine Law. Notice of this meeting was published in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. Next will be the Hainesport Township Committee Resolution, which is the resolution to appoint the Class 1 through Class 4 members and alternate members to the Joint Land Use Board. Class 1, Mayor or Mayor Designee, one-year term to December 31st, 2024. Mayor Leila Gilmore. Class 2 is an official of the municipality, a one-year term to December 31st, 2024. Paula Costco. Class 3 is the governing body member, a one-year term to December 31st, 2024. Karen Torty. Class 4, citizen of the municipality, a four-year term to December 31st, 2027. Chris Murphy. Class 4, alternate number 1, it's a citizen of the municipality for a two-year term to December 31st, 2025. Richard Bradley. Class 4, alternate 2, citizen of the municipality, a two-year term to December 31st, 2025. Howard Holden Sr. At this time, if I could ask Mr. Kingsbury to administer the oath of office to the new members.
The members starting a new term are Mayor Gilmore, Karen Torty, Paula Costco, Chris Murphy, and Howard Holden. If I could ask those individuals to stand, please. Is everybody here?
Yeah, Gus. You too. I'm sorry.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that you will bear true faith and allegiance to both and the governments established within the United States and in this state under authority of the people, and that you will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of office of Hainesport Township Joint Land Use Board member according to the best of your ability, so help you God. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Kingsbury. Congratulations to the new members of the board. At this time, we'll do a roll call. Mrs. Torty,
Here.
Mr. McKay,
Here.
Mrs. Kelly,
Here.
Mayor Gilmore,
Here.
Mr. Tricoci,
Here.
Mrs. Baggio,
Here.
Mr. Murphy,
Here.
Ms. Costco,
Here.
Mr. Bradley,
Here.
Mr. Novarita, Mr. McLaughlin, absent, Mr. Holden,
Here.
and Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer.
Here.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to ask for any nominations for the position of chairperson.
I'd like to nominate H. Kroll-Pfeiffer.
Second.
Are there any further nominations? Okay, we'll close the nominations. Mayor Gilmore,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mrs. Torti,
Yes.
Mr. McKay,
Yes.
Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer,
Yes.
Ms. Cosco,
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci,
Yes.
Ms. Baggio,
Yes.
and Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
I would like to congratulate Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer, and at this time, if you could please take over.
Thank you. Well, now I have to work.
Yes, you have to work now.
Okay, first order of business will be nomination for vice chairman for 2024. Do we have a
I
nomination?
nominate Thomas McKay as the vice chairman.
I'll second that.
Okay, any other nominations for vice chairman? Hearing none, they're closed, and may I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Baggio,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore,
Yes.
Mrs. Torti,
Yes.
Mr. McKay,
Abstain.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Cosco,
Yes.
and Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer.
Yes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next order of business is an appointment of a secretary for 2024. Do we have any nominations, or, do we need a nomination on that, or it's just a, the same way? Okay.
Yeah, I nominate Paul Tiver, secretary.
I second.
Okay. Any other suggestions or nominations or appointments? Hearing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mrs. Torti,
Yes.
Mr. McKay,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore,
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci,
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Cosco,
Yes.
and Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer.
Yes. Congratulations again,
Thank you.
and thank you.
Yeah.
Next is appointment of professional staff for 2024. I'm assuming we can do this all at once, right?
Correct.
Okay, for solicitor, engineer, and planner, it would be the three companies and the individuals who have been our solicitor, engineer, and planner for the past several years. Have any nominations for that, or any suggestions or motions?
I think you should tell,
Pardon?
I think you should announce who they are.
No, that's what he wants from you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. For solicitor will be Mr. Kingsbury. For engineer will be Limo, which is Marty Miller. And for planner, Scott Taylor, Taylor Design.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay. Any other nominations? Hearing none, they're closed. Have a roll call, please?
Mayor Gilmore,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mrs. Torti,
Yes.
Mr. McKay,
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci,
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
Ms. Cosco,
Yes.
and Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer.
Yes. Next is the times, dates, and meeting places for all the meetings of the Joint Land Use Board going forward. If you gentlemen would like to assume your normal
Position.
seat. We have the list of the meetings. They're all right here. And need a motion and a second to approve it.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. I thought everybody went to sleep all of a sudden. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. A roll call, please.
Mrs. Torti,
Yes.
Ms. Cosco,
Yes.
Mr. McKay,
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore,
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci,
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio,
Yes.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes.
and Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer.
Yes. Next, we have the official newspaper of the Joint Land Use Board, which is the Burlington County Times. I need a motion and a second.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Any questions on the motion? If not, roll call, please.
Ms. Cosco?
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci?
Yes.
Mrs. Tordey?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
And Mr. Krollpfeifer?
Yes. Next, I'll make the motion that all new business requiring the board's professional staff must be in their hands at least 90 days prior to this meeting.
30.
30 days. Wishful thinking. I was thinking about making that suggestion more than 30. So 30 days prior to the meeting. Have a second?
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
I'm sorry, who motioned? You did, okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Krollpfeifer?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Tordey?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Ms. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci?
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Mrs. Cosco?
Yes.
Next is a motion, which I am making now, of no new business will be taken on, during the meeting after 10:30 PM.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Okay. I'll second it then.
Mayor Gilmore already seconded.
Okay. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. Tordey?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci?
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Cosco?
Yes.
And Mr. Krollpfeifer?
Yes. Next, we have Resolution 24-01, establishing policy regarding postponement of applications. Now, this is something that is new, and you have a draft of it in your package. Basically, what we're saying, we're not going to continue and continue and continue, and we end up having a backlog, and it's not fair to other applicants who are wishing to move forward, and they're prepared, and everything's been turned in properly and in a timely manner. So I need a motion to approve 2024-01 and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-01.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. Baggio?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mrs. Tordey?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mr. Tricoci?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Cosco?
Yes.
And Mr. Krollpfeifer?
Yes. Next, we're at professional comments. Mrs. Newcomb?
I wish everyone a happy new year and a healthy one. I'm glad to be back for another good year.
Good, thank you. Mr. Kingsbury?
Thank you for the appointment. I'm very appreciative of it.
Mr. Taylor?
Likewise, Happy New Year. Thank you for the opportunity, and we will once again try not to disappoint the board this year. New year.
What did I miss last year?
There had to be something.
No.
You just couldn't.
Mr. Miller?
count.
Okay, again, thank you for the appointment, and we had a very exciting year last year, so it looks like we're going to start again this year.
Okay, thank you all. Board comments?
I'm sorry.
No, I just said board comments.
Oh.
Just Happy New Year. Happy, healthy New Year to everyone.
Okay. Mayor Gilmore, any?
Ditto.
Ditto, okay. Everybody ditto?
Yeah. Ditto. Happy New Year to everybody, and I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm the new face on the board, as you can tell, but I want you all to know that I've tried to make every single meeting last year. So I do have a kind of idea of what's coming and what's been going on, and I am, again, very, very thankful for this nomination. Thank you.
Good, thank you. I would like to, I was going to congratulate Mayor Gilmore as on the board. Last year, she was on the board as just the appointment
nobody.
from the township committee. This year, she's on as mayor. And Mrs. Tordey, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
And Pat, thank you for your coming aboard here, and Howard Holden, welcome. Feel free to speak up if you have anything to say, okay? because I know, I saw you standing up over there, nobody's going to argue with you. Okay, public comments. Any public comments regarding what we've done so far tonight and what we're going to do during the next year? Is there anybody online?
There are 3 members of the public online.
Any of them want to have to say anything?
If anyone does, please unmute yourself.
Hearing none, I'll close public comments, and we move to number 19, adjournment. All those in favor?
Adjourn.
Opposed?
Second meeting?
No.
Oh, it's just one.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the reorganization meeting, and we will now move right into our regular agenda meeting. Call to order, and we are required to be a little bit redundant, but we have to do the flag salute again. So if everyone would please rise, remove any hats, and I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have a reading of the Sunshine Law, please.
Notice of this meeting was published in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Crowpfeiffer, can you bend your mic down a little bit? You're hard to hear. Thank you.
Me, hard to hear? Okay. Making an announcement, there will be no new business after 10:30 PM.
Yeah, this says 11, but it's 10:30.
Mrs.
I
Styra?
wrote 11, it's 10:30.
Yeah, okay. May I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Torti,
Here.
Mr. McKay,
Here.
Mrs. Kelly,
Here.
Mayor Gilmore,
Here.
Mr. Jacochi,
Here.
Mrs. Baggio,
Here.
Mr. Murphy,
Here.
Ms. Cosco,
Here.
Mr. Bradley,
Here.
Mr. Novarita, Mr. McLaughlin, absent, Mr. Holden,
Here.
and Mr. Crowpfeiffer.
Here. Do we have a quorum?
Yes?
Okay, items for new business. Yes?
I have a question, before we go into any items. On the paper that told us all the dates, there's this, the very last statement says, any person wishing to participate in an application/meeting must physically attend the meeting. And yet we have online people that we go to online.
Yes,
So
but
what is that about?
That also covers if, for some reason, this goes down, we're not required to have this up. And then I've been told that anybody who's going to testify should be present. It really can open you up to issues if someone is trying to testify online, because you can't physically see them, and you can't know for sure if that's the actual person.
Good question and good answer, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have, first order of business is an administrative amendment regarding Woods Machinery, formerly Bobcat. Mrs. Newcomb is in charge of this one, I understand.
Hi, good evening, folks.
How are you?
It's been a while since I've been up here. So, my name is Kathy Newcomb. I'm the Hainesport Township Zoning Officer and Construction Tech, and I come to you in regards to an administrative request for what was originally Bobcat, which now is renamed Woods Machinery. I believe that you have in your packets a letter regarding the trash enclosure. I've given you all the pictures as well this evening. I'll give these to my professionals. I don't think they have any. What has happened is that originally this trash enclosure on the approved site plan was supposed to have been enclosed so that we could not see it except for the front. It was supposed to be on concrete slab. And so it's not exactly, it is not what was on the approved site plan. With that, I have spoken with our professionals in regards to requesting an administrative request to have the one that is there now to be looked at. I do have Mr. Rob Woods here. He is the principal of Woods Machinery. If you'd like, we can swear him in for any testimony.
Good evening.
Hi there. Mr. Kingsbury will swear you in.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give tonight will be truthful, and the truth so be done?
Yes.
So if you see the letter in the packet Mr. Woods had written me, was that as he takes responsibility for what is out there at the present time, that apparently that he had given the subcontractor that he had contracted with the proposed plans and not the approved plans. So what I will do is let him speak on behalf of that, and then we can go from there.
I'm sorry, you would what?
I said, we'll let Mr. Woods speak on behalf of this letter that he wrote, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, thanks.
Good evening. So I was responsible for contracting the fencing aspect of the site work because of a relationship I have with a fencing contractor. I communicated the plans via email, and I inadvertently sent the proposed plans rather than the approved plans. It didn't come to my attention that it was constructed improperly until we had the final inspection.
Okay, that's what we call an oops.
It was an error on my, yeah, I take responsibility.
Okay.
So at this point, in speaking with our professionals, we felt that this didn't require a whole new application or his entire team to show up. So at this point, I am respectfully requesting you to consider the new fencing on the site, and if not, then what would be the outcome of it?
Thank you. Any comments from our professionals?
Well, I can tell you that the finished product looks nice. What we normally have is a concrete foundation and bottom of the base of the trash enclosure, and the trash enclosure usually has a block wall around the enclosure. We find that the garbage facilities, when they come and try to remove the trash, we have a propensity to bump the sides, maybe hit the gate, and so that's why we have the concrete enclosure around it together with the gates. We always have a problem with the gates. Many times they're left open, and when the trucks come, they hit them, or they're left open and the deliveries may hit the gates and things. So the gates seem to be a maintenance problem for most facilities, and after we make them come back and replace them a couple, 3 or 4 times, they will endeavor to keep the gates closed so that they don't get broke up. What we have here is the fence enclosure. My recommendation to the board is that we can let them have it. If they take care of it, it will probably look okay. If they don't, as soon as it gets broke, we'll go right back to the original facility where they would have to remove what they got basin and the block wall around the facility. So it will be up to Woods Machinery to take care of the operation, and if it fails, then we'll have to have it replaced.
Marty, in the event of damage to the, to the area, the dumpster area as you described, who's going to be the person to evaluate whether it is damaged to the point that it needs to be replaced?
I would expect that it would be myself.
Or myself, the zoning officer.
Or the zoning officer?
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Is there any slots or anything
that's-
proposed to hide that?
That's what I was thinking too.
You know, the slats that go in the fencing versus?
So there are slats that
Yeah.
you can put in there, yes, you can buy them and put them in there. This is, if I recall correctly, it's in the back of the building, correct? Yes.
It'll be hidden by machinery. You won't see it from the street.
Just as a comment, I mean, we've seen those slats in other facilities, and they're good and they're bad. If they're not maintained,
Yeah, no way.
they look worse
Yeah,
than
they
no,
they
nothing at all.
deteriorate.
And that'll really need to be addressed, because the problem is most of the slats are not UV stable, so they become
They
very
fade,
brittle.
yeah.
Right.
And they fade after a short period of time. And again, I'm defer to whichever direction the board goes. There is an opportunity, there is an area that sits about 40 feet or so toward Route 38, where we could get a couple of evergreen trees in there that would actually grow and sort of permanently screen part of that. That could solve sort of a longer-term objective, and even if there were some broken slats here or there, it may not be visible. It doesn't really help. We find that the masonry enclosures help sort of corral some of the trash. The trash collects in the corners as opposed to just blowing. So that's one of the nicer things about the solid enclosure. But the board could either do the slats or could do some evergreen trees in the area between that fenced rear area and Route 38.
Is there paving presently where the evergreens might go, or? no?
Yeah, there's actually a lawn area.
Okay.
There's not that much.
Mr. Woods, what would you want to do regarding the recommendation with planting trees or slats or?
I'm open to recommendations. I want to appease the board, so
Well, with your experience, has it become a problem? Is it an eyesore over a course of 3 to 5 years?
no. No, we maintain the sites. We have professional landscape companies there on a weekly basis, and I visit the sites and make sure they're well-maintained as well.
What kind of trash, generally speaking, do you put out on a regular basis? Cardboard boxes, or
Yeah,
certainly not foodstuffs or things
Yeah,
like
one
that?
container serves for recycling, so it'd be plastic, cardboard, for shipments that we receive. And the other is just general trash, so any trash derived from the shop or from the office area. We only have 5 employees at the site, so there won't be a tremendous amount of trash.
When you say shop, it's like a machine shop, I suppose.
Right. Repair shop.
Right.
The only thing I'll tell you is, from experience, is I can tell you that that plastic and that cardboard's gonna blow all over the place. Because I have the same problem. And the only thing, there's no good answer. It's just, it's maintaining it and us policing it. What it's gonna boil down to.
Yeah, the containers we have lids, and we
Me
close
too.
them.
And they blow open,
Right.
trust me. Been through this 100 times. And the cardboard comes out. It's just very difficult to maintain. You know, unless you put a roof on the cage, it's going everywhere.
You have another location currently, don't you, that you operate? You
We
have
have
been
3 other-
operating? You
3
have
other
3 other,
locations,
that's right.
yeah.
Okay.
I've been doing this for 22 years. We
Right.
don't have problems with cardboard. We take excavators and smash it down if need be.
Freehold, Greenbrook, and Bear?
How often do you get your trash collected?
Um,
Have you decided?
At one
the site
location,
yet?
twice per week. At this location, and the others, it's once per week.
So it's not there that long.
We have done a nice job with the renovation that took place over the last year, and I'm hopeful that you'll continue to maintain the property.
We certainly will.
Any other?
I'd like to say something. I was, excuse me, I was out in your parking lot today, and I have to say, I couldn't see it. We had to move to the side of your building and almost drive to the back to see where it was located. So you really can't see it from the front, if that's an issue for anybody. It's well back.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from any board members or questions?
Also, I feel at this point is that this is something that can be monitored by my office as well, at least for the next 6 months to the year. As I'm always out doing inspections, there are many things that I take a look at, and this definitely could be on one of my checklists. Usually once a month at this point, I think would be a good idea to follow up on that. And I'm sure the board also knows the fact that if there is something, I certainly will send it back. So, whatever the board's pleasure is, I'd like to reassure you that at this point that I would be following up on it.
Okay. Any other comments from board members? Any comments from the public about this application? Hearing none, I'll close public comment and ask the board, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Kingsbury, is this a motion to approve the administrative request?
You need a motion to approve the administrative amendment and with whatever conditions, if any, that you apply to the approval.
I'll make a motion to approve the administrative request as an amendment to the site plan upon the following conditions. One, that the applicant continue to maintain the enclosure in good order. That if, second, that if inspection by appropriate township officials disclose that the enclosure is materially damaged in any way, that the inspector will report to the board, and the board will consider whether the damage is sufficient to require replacement. And replacement, if ordered, will be to original design standards as approved by the board. And finally, that appropriate evergreen screening be planted as determined by our planner to screen the enclosure that's presently existing.
Are you in agreement to that, Mr. Woods?
Sure.
I'll second that.
Any questions on the motion? And you asked if he agreed with it?
Yes,
And the answer was affirmative?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mr. Jacochi?
Yes.
Mrs. Torti?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Cosco?
Yes.
And Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
Okay, new business B, request for a one-year extension of time on Resolution 22-3. This action is being continued to the February 7th meeting.
Yes, I spoke to Mike Floyd today, and he had a conflict. He couldn't make it here this evening.
Okay. So I need a motion and a second to, no, do we need a motion to continue this?
No, we do not need a
This-
motion to continue
right,
it.
okay.
There's no,
All right, we'll next move to JDEB Marne Highway LLC. Counselor D'Elia. Counselor, did I say your name properly? D'Elia? D'Elia?
I practice law for a living. I've been called all kinds of names, by the way. It's properly pronounced Dalia.
Okay, thank you, Counselor.
You feel free to call me Vince. My name is Vincent Dalia. I am the attorney for the applicant. We are back here after having been here a couple of months ago. When we were here a couple of months ago, there were a number of questions, there were a number of concerns that were expressed, and I asked for the postponement to give us an opportunity to regroup, to see if we could have a better presentation, to see if we could respond to these concerns. One of the concerns was the fact that the current applicant it's been alleged, and you heard Kathy explain her observation of the property being used in violation of the current ordinance. I'm not going to argue with her, and I'm certainly not going to disagree with her. But I want to respectfully request that you consider this application on its merits. The fact that he may have jumped the gun and done some things in violation of the ordinance doesn't tell us whether or not the criteria for a variance has been complied with. It doesn't tell us if this is the highest and best use of the property. And keep in mind, when we grant variances, we grant them to the property, not to the person. Now, I share your concern about the alleged violations, but I am hoping that we can stay focused totally on the variance application. That's number one. Number two, I want to stress that we're here tonight to ask for a variance only. Whatever you decide tonight, if you see it to approve the application, I expect a number of conditions, many of which are already in Scott's letter, that would be requirements for us to comply with at the site plan. Broader condition being that we have to come in and convince you that the site plan is sufficient to meet your requirements. With that, I would like to, what I felt a little bit last time was we really needed the opportunity to have our planner come up and explain to you, again, the criteria, which you already know, for a variance, how it applies to this case, and how we believe we have complied. With that, let me call John. Where'd he go?
Counselor, can we swear in all of your
Sure.
respective witnesses to save some time?
Sure.
Mr. Kingsbury will.
Yeah. Jeff, Bill, John.
You swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. You have them all state their names, please.
You can identify yourself and where you're from.
Sure. John Helbig, Helbig, professional planner.
Bill Nicholson, site engineer, office is located in Rancho Woods, Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
Jeff Livingston, applicant, 7 Churchill Street, West Hampton, New Jersey.
Thank you. Now, John, it's my understanding that you have not previously testified before this particular board. Why don't you give them a rundown on your qualifications and your experience to testify as an expert this evening?
Sure. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I've been a licensed professional planner in New Jersey since 1995. I have a bachelor's degree from what was then known as Glassboro State College, now Rowan University. My degree is in geography and in environmental planning. I worked the majority of my career, 33 years, for the civil engineering and land planning firm of Adams, Raymond, and Hagen Associates. We were located in Hamilton in western Atlantic County. I retired from that firm in 2018, and since that time, I've been working as an independent consultant and for several small engineering firms. Since 1995, I've provided testimony before planning and zoning boards throughout southern and central New Jersey on a variety of issues, residential, commercial, institutional projects.
Thank you. Any questions from any members of the board? Hearing none, acceptable.
Thank you,
Continue.
sir.
Thank you. John, we had asked you to do an analysis of our application, do an analysis of the property, and determine your findings with respect to our request for a variance.
Sure. Yes, just a little bit of housekeeping, I guess, to start. Property's known as 903, 907 Marne Highway. It's designated Block 18, lots 1 through 9, and 14 through 16. Those 12 lots comprise an area of about 2.07 acres. Geometrically, the property is a square, 300 feet on a side. It's located along the north side of Marne Highway, directly across from St. Paul's Church and Cemetery Complex. And it's situated completely within your R2 zoning district. Maple Lane borders the project to the east, and Spruce Lane borders the project site to the west. Mr. Chairman, before I get started, perhaps we could just log in this graphic that I'd like to use as part of this testimony.
Okay, you have that marked Exhibit 1 for you,
Grab that.
please?
Absolutely. So Exhibit 1 would be a 2020 aerial photograph of the site that's the subject of this application and the area surrounding it. Vince, maybe we can do the back, too.
Could we put this, Counselor, could we put this off to one side so that the audience could see it also?
Yeah. How's that, all right?
I'll have to ask the audience, can you see this?
Can all of you see it?
Yeah.
Anybody in the public have a problem? Can you see it? You can move up, you can do.
You know what I'd also like to do, Mr. Chairman, I have a handout that I have 15 copies of. This is sequential aerial photography of this project site that extends from 1959 all the way to 2012, showing the W.L. Rife Oil Services Company in operation. So if I could.
You mark that as, that packet as Exhibit 2?
Thank you. I have to apologize. Looking at those aerial photographs, they get increasingly cloudy as they get older, but it does depict that the W.L. Rife Company, the oil services company, was in business back in 1959. The latest photos there are provided by the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission, and like I'd indicated, that sequence extends from 1959 all the way through 2012. With this being a more recent aerial photograph right over here, to my left. Great. All right, so with that, what I'd like to do is, in terms of the type of supportive planning testimony that's required in a case such as this, I think your planner has very succinctly laid out the type of testimony that's necessary, consistent with the municipal land use law in New Jersey. And that provides for both what's been designated the positive as well as the negative criteria for a use variance application. The positive criteria relates directly to what's known as the special reasons test. And the special reasons test is a test that has to be shown where the purposes of zoning are promoted by the relief that's being requested. So that's the way the special reasons test can be met. And the purposes of zoning, as I'm sure this board is well aware, is listed in 40:55D-2 in our municipal land use law. There are 17 of them, and I would contend that the relief that we're requesting here this evening would promote at least 5 of those. What I'd like to do is run through that, try to be as succinct as possible, and try to answer any of the board's questions. The first purpose of the act is to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use or development of lands in the state in a manner which will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. In a case such as this, where we're asking for a use variance for a commercial use that's not an inherently beneficial use, the way in which you can show that that use promotes the general welfare is through a process called the site suitability analysis. Can it be shown that this use is peculiarly fitted to this site? Well, if you remember Mr. Livingston's testimony from back on November 1st when we made our first presentation before the board, he talked about his market. He talked about his customer base and where they were located. And he indicated that was from Washington, D.C., north of New York City, essentially right along the Route 95 corridor, and then west into Pennsylvania. So if you think about where Hainesport is relative to that whole area, it's pretty much in the geographic center. I mean, in terms of access to regional highways, the site is ideal. Obviously, right up Route 541, the bypass, you've got access to a full interchange of the New Jersey Turnpike. West on Marne Highway to Creek Road, then north to a full interchange of Route 295. So from a regional highway perspective and a geographic perspective in terms of his market, it's ideal. And again, I think more importantly is the way the property's been developed over time and how it fits his business. You know, like most businesses that involve the disassembly, the reassembly, the renovation of machines, there is an assembly line process to this. And if you recall that, what I want to do is flip this around. That's the conceptual design plan for the project. And basically, the large building that would be in the northwest corner is a 6,200 square foot block and masonry structure that would function as sort of the headquarters for his business operation. Basically, the way that it would work, equipment in need of repair enters that building through an assembly line process. It's disassembled, cleaned, parts are assessed as to what's going to be needed, and that moves through that building in a process. The idea there is to keep where the equipment is being delivered open so it keeps the process underway. So basically, from a site orientation purpose and a configuration of the buildings on the property, this fits his business very, very well. In terms of the other uses that are proposed on the property, there is a single-family home. That's to remain the same, that residential use, which is permitted in your R2 district. The building in the, I guess it would be the southeast corner, is a 1,200 square foot, one-story building that formerly was a full-service gas station and auto service and repair facility. That's to be repurposed as just an auto service facility without fueling islands. Although he has indicated he would like to do some electrical vehicle charging stations along the Maple Lane side of that building if it's financially and technically feasible to do that. So those are the uses that we're proposing, and I would contend that this site is uniquely fitted to the purpose for which it's being proposed, and that promotes the general welfare under purpose of zoning A in our municipal land use law. The second purpose I would contend our relief promotes to secure safety from fire, flood, panic, and other natural and man-made disasters. Part of his proposal to renovate this property is to rehabilitate the older structures on the site. Basically, that's not just from an aesthetic standpoint, that's to correct code deficiencies in terms of construction, in terms of electrical code, in terms of plumbing code. In that case, I would clearly say that promotes safety from fire, flood, and man-made disasters. Basically, the other issue that we talked about a lot back on our November 1st hearing was the remediation work that has to be done on the property. Basically, he's agreed to bring on a licensed site remediation professional to delineate the balance of the contamination on this property. The site is on the known contaminated sites that's maintained by the NJDEP's Bureau of Site Remediation. So I would clearly contend remediating the property and cleaning it up also promotes that purpose of zoning, secure safety from fire, flood, panic, and other natural and man-made disasters. The third purpose of zoning, I would think our relief promotes to provide adequate light, air, and open space. If you look at some of those aerial photographs that I handed out, the site has a number of outbuildings on it. These are in pretty bad condition, in disrepair. There are masses of invasive vegetation. There's trash. There's a lot of things that need to be cleaned up. He's committed to doing all that, and I would contend that will provide additional light, air, and open space. The fourth purpose of zoning, to provide sufficient space and an appropriate location for this commercial and industrial use. Just based on the history here, we've got about 60 years where the W.L. Rife company operated a fuel oil transport, storage, distribution, and they also repaired and renovated oil heating equipment in that larger building on the property as well. So this has a history of industrial and commercial use. And the last purpose of zoning, I would contend we promote a desirable visual environment through creative design techniques and civic design and arrangement. And this is through a couple of different things, not just improvements to the structures themselves, but if you look at the conceptual design that we've prepared, we've proposed a lot of buffer screening in terms of vegetation, new fencing around the property perimeter, to take care of the surfaces on the site where there is cracked or broken pavement or bituminous concrete, the removal of the decrepit older outbuildings and tanks, trash, invasive vegetation. So I would contend that we also promote a desirable visual environment through all the work that would be done. So that's the positive criteria, basically a showing that the relief being requested promotes one or more of the purposes of zoning. As this board is aware, there's a second prong that has to be addressed as part of the municipal land use law. That's the negative criteria, and there's two prongs to that. Then the first is that the relief, if in order to be granted, there must be a showing that the relief would not cause a substantial detriment to the public good. And that's been defined by the courts as the neighborhood in which this project would take place, the compatibility of the project with the neighborhood. Again, I would go back to what I just said about creating a desirable visual environment. The work that would be done in terms of cleaning up the site, of providing additional vegetation, will soften the way that property looks in terms of the residential uses around it. Additionally, your planner has asked questions legitimately about the legality of the pre-existing non-conforming use on the site. It appears your ordinance was adopted about 1978, more or less. At that point, the W.L. Rife company was in business for over 20 years at least, looking at the aerial photography that we have. So when you're looking at a pre-existing non-conforming use and you're modifying that with another use that's non-conforming, the courts have determined that you measure the impact through the character, the intensity, and the quality of those impacts. And I would contend that our proposed uses of the property would lessen those impacts in every instance. in terms of noise, in terms of the potential for additional contamination, the potential for odor, the potential for traffic. In each case, they'll be reduced under this proposal. So in addition to the aesthetic improvements that are going to be done to the property, I would contend that the lessening of the activity on the property would allow it to better fit into the neighborhood in which it takes place. The last negative, the negative prong is that the relief, it must be shown that the relief would not cause a substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of your zone plan or zoning ordinance. In terms of the zone plan, what I'd like to do is read a section from your, from your 2022 Master Plan Reexamination Report, which was compiled by Mr. Taylor's office, and it appears clearly that this board had a lot of input into that. What I'm reading from is page 23, in which it states, the JLUB suggests that the overarching goals of the community can be considered into the following 10 goals, and I'm reading goal number 2. Encourage the development and retention of the existing mixed-use, retail and service commercial and industrial warehouse and distribution uses and buildings along the Route 38 corridor and arterial roads. I should mention Marne Highway, County 537 is designated an arterial road in this same master plan reexamination report. Economic development should emphasize realistic growth and consider the existing built environment while maintaining consistent performance standards. I would contend that what we're trying to do right here by rehabilitating this property, repurposing it for a business use, is consistent with that community goal in terms of your master plan. I also looked at the sustainability element of your master plan. And again, this board was very vocal in terms of encouraging the identify suitable sites or zone districts for public electric vehicle infrastructure along transportation corridors, particularly along highly traveled corridors. I would say that meets this criteria right here. If Mr. Livingston can install those electrical vehicle charging stations in this location along Marne Highway, I think they would benefit the entire community. The last prong of the negative test is whether the relief can be granted without a substantial detriment to your zone plan, right? You're in an R2 zoning district right here. The primary principal use in this zone is single-family detached homes on lots of 15,000 square feet. I think realistically, given the uses of the site that have occurred on this property for over 60 years at least, this site is unique in your R2 zone. I would contend there's probably not another property within your R2 district that has the same history as this. So in this case, I would contend this relief can be granted without this board abrogating the governing body's ability to comprehensively zone the township. As Mr. D'Elia said, this is a bifurcated application. We're simply coming before you tonight for the use variances. You know, I know Mr. Taylor has asked about the legality or the legitimacy of these pre-existing uses. We've tried to find records in the township. You know, it clearly predated the current ordinance, probably predated where Hainesport Township was giving permits. So I don't know the history of that. In lieu of that, what we've taken, we've attempted to meet the higher standard and show that the relief, if granted, would promote the purposes of zoning under the MLUL's D1 standard for a use variance for a new use. So if I could close with a personal comment. I serve on our zoning board in the community where I live, and I also serve on our Economic Development Advisory Committee. We have at least 5 sites like this in Summers Point, and it's difficult. These are dilapidated old industrial sites, abandoned gas stations that have contamination. I know how difficult it is to try to get investment to rehabilitate properties like that. It's extremely difficult. Unfortunately, our sites, similar to this, are in high-profile, highly visible areas of our community. They are a detriment to our community, both visually and financially. So I think the benefits that accrue from this application that really can't be considered by this board, but can't be underestimated, are the ability to bring new economic activity to this property, the potential for job creation, the potential to increase the rateable base within the community as a benefit to all the citizens of Hainesport. That's all I have. Thank you.
Sir, can we ask you to mark that as Exhibit 3, please?
The concept
The
plan?
other side of the board?
Mr. Helvig, before we move forward here, I'd like to personally compliment you for the presentation you just went through.
Thank you.
It was very informative and succinct.
Thank you. I didn't think it was succinct, sir.
Well, no, it was compared to other applications I've been involved in. This was very interesting.
Mr. D'Elia, do you or your witness happen to have a small version of the exhibit that's presently before the board?
You have a small version of the...
Concept sketch.
I'm only really interested in the plan arrangement. It's just hard to, I can't see it.
Coming.
Yeah, and it won't help to bring it closer. It's just
No.
too much stuff in too small space.
I have an extra one, I've given them.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, just give this back. It's just-
I'll get it back. I'll get it back.
I don't need it.
Yeah, thank you. Much better.
If he needs it.
Just look at you.
Oh,
Can you
okay.
pass that to
Well, why don't you let us borrow it? We'll pass it around, so... And
Share this, pass it around? Okay. You got another? Okay.
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I'll take a look at yours.
Of course, we're not really ruling on this thing. This is,
I just had a question on your photo history. Pretty interesting, actually. And it looks like the earliest photo is 1959.
Yes, sir. Yes.
And although it's very grainy, you're right. Would you agree that it does pretty much show all the significant buildings as being there in 59?
I would, sir, yes.
yeah.
It doesn't appear there's been that great of a change from 1959 through the current day, actually.
Yeah, do we know any more about the history pre-59? I mean, when the gas station was built, or when the warehouse was built?
No, I don't.
No, if you don't know,
sir.
it's fine.
Yeah, I
It's not-
don't, sir.
It's not a problem. You know, you go back as far as you can.
Yeah, they were the earliest aerial photographs I could get from Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you.
They've been there at least that long. As a
Yeah.
child, I used to go there with my dad, you know, for gas and stuff.
Yeah.
For sure, they've had the gas that long.
What, the gas station was back there, back then?
Well, you know, some of the pumps or whatever.
I mean, if you look at that aerial photograph, kind of the oblique photo from 1965, you can see the service station, actually, there are cars in there, I think, fueling up at the gas pumps. You know, and that's the site in full operation. You can see all the buildings there in that shot. Unfortunately, that was the only year I could get that angle. The rest of them are directly overhead, sort of in plan view.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were doing gas before 1965.
This may be outside your area of expertise, and so say so. But can you give me any further sort of broad vision of what the remediation is going to entail?
Again, I don't, sir, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, there were 5, the DEP website for the Bureau of Underground Storage Tanks shows that there were 5 tanks removed at this property between 2000 and 2013. 3 gasoline tanks, I think it was a 2,000-gallon diesel tank and a 1,000-gallon kerosene tank, all removed. But the site continues as an open case on the known contaminated sites list that the DEP promulgates. So I don't, and Mr. Taylor has indicated, in order to comply with the township standard, an LSRP would have to come on board and delineate the balance of the contamination and come up with a remedial action plan to clean that.
So from the records that were available to you,
Yes, sir.
has contamination, do the records indicate that contamination is remaining within the site boundaries, or has it extended outside of the site?
All the records that I was able to access from DEP indicate the site continues contaminated. I don't know off-site issues. Yeah.
So,
And the 5 tanks that you talk about in the 1965 aerial, the oblique aerial, that shows 3 tanks. Is that 3 of the 5 that you just mentioned? Or are the ones you mentioned all underground?
No, they were all underground. Yeah.
And is it correct that the 3 tanks that we see in the 65 aerial photograph, they have been removed?
They're the above-ground tanks? Yeah, they have, sir.
All right, and so the underground tanks would have serviced the gas station?
Yes.
When it existed?
Yes. They had a kerosene tank, too, a 1,000-gallon kerosene tank.
Right. I remember getting kerosene.
Okay.
so I have a question, and maybe this is more for the engineer. So if there hasn't been any remediation, are there going to be any requirements from DEP to operate for remediation?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So there has not been, has there been any kind of remediation yet?
Yes, it has.
Okay. So maybe this is, I don't know if this is a site condition, a condition of approval, or I don't know the order of events here or the mechanism in place, but is there going to be a point in time where there needs to be approval or some type of sign off from the LSRP that would enable you at the DEP level or at the state level above us, that would enable you, will you need approvals to operate from any other agency?
You're, in as I understand, I'm not an environmental lawyer, but
Right.
I know enough to be dangerous. The LSRP is a professional who does the study and submits it to the DEP.
Right.
The DEP, rather than doing their own investigation, relies upon that report.
Correct.
And determines the action to be taken. They will either deny or they'll approve our ability to move forward with the development.
Okay.
All of your approvals, and I've probably read 3 of your approvals in my life, but believe me, all of them say, subject to any and all outside agency approval. So to the extent that we need something from DEP, we're going to have to get it.
Okay.
And we understand that. And it's done through this LSRP process.
Okay. So the original owner of the site currently has an LSRP, I'm assuming. Has there been any communication with that LSRP? And have you retained your own LSRP yet?
We have an LSRP. He
Okay.
has done work, and he's prepared to move forward, assuming that we can get through the process.
Has he done any work that's provided any reporting or any kind of documentation that can
Has he submitted any?
be submitted with this application, or?
Yes. I'm advised, yes.
Okay. Have we received anything from the LSRP at this point?
No, the township?
Yeah.
No, have you received it?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, we have.
Okay. And none of that was submitted with the application?
No.
No? Okay.
No, with no, I mean, I've never done that, but.
Okay.
I'm trying to turn the cards face up and be as transparent as I can.
Right.
Mr. D'Elia, can you give us any sense, from what you do have, of the general scope of the remediation and the timeframes involved?
Again, I'm advised that it's a $600,000 to $700,000 cleanup. There's 1,000 cubic meters? Yards, I'm sorry, 1,000 cubic yards of contamination.
At the last meeting in November, there was testimony that the remediation would involve approximately 700 cubic yards of soil removal. And they had cost estimates anywhere ranging from 90,000 to 700,000. So.
We've clarified.
700 figure is no longer good, it's now, it's up
It's more.
more.
Yeah.
I mean, do we have any sense of where that soil is going to be taken from? Is it around the former gas station, or is it in various places?
Is it in one central?
And couple to that,
Come on up.
while the remediation is going on, can the site function as proposed?
If you know.
Right now, where most of the contamination is around the gas station, but it comes off the gas station about 100 feet. It doesn't affect the large building at all. The understanding that the contamination is in the water. So because the water will travel, but the actual dirt contamination is within about 100 feet of the gas station. So the plume is in that area, not counting the water contamination.
Well, stay there, because
I'm sorry.
I mean, if you remove that much soil, which sounds to be in the hundreds of dump trucks, if we can put it in sort of layman's terms, can you save the former gas station, or is the contamination essentially right underneath it?
That won't be, that'll be determined, that's where the variable comes in, because it's going to be in that, we don't know until they start digging, and then they test it. If it is below it, potentially demolition has to be part of the equation.
And then how would that prospect impact your plan?
It would just remove that building. There wouldn't be any other really changes. It would just the removal of that particular building.
And removal of the repair service plan, and at least?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
You remove the building, you remove the ability to do auto servicing from that building.
Yes.
So that part of the plan disappears.
Yes.
Although maybe the EV charging stays.
Potentially, yes. I mean, it would actually expand depending on, there's a possibility there'd be a lot more stations there, EV stations, if that building was removed.
And an EV, just so I'm making sure I understand, I mean, an EV charging station, there's a few of them around, very few, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a parking lot with a bunch of small miniature gas pump type
Basically,
things.
it's a parking spot, yes, sir.
That's basically what they are. Okay.
So those are not accessory to the other uses on site. The EV charging is actually a separate revenue-generating principal use.
Yes.
So we're adding that.
No, it's not.
That's where they're at.
these days who are buying
Stay here, Tom.
cars have their own.
Jeff, I'm sorry. Mr. McKay, you're raising the right point again. It may be that as a result of the contamination, that building is going to be eliminated. In terms of the use that Mr. Livingston is using the property for, none of that will impact his repair and restore function. It just may be at that point that the area of the gas station will be open for future development, another use, whatever. So right now, we can't tell you that we're going to be able to save the building. We can't tell you that we have to take it down. But if we did have to take it down, it would just result in, it'd be like any other demolition that, of any other approved building or what have you.
Right.
So would it make more sense then, because we really don't know what that building may or may not look like, or what the EV charging may or may not be configured like, to hold that portion, because there's really, in a way, I guess, four separate use variances
Yes.
on this site.
Yes.
Does it make more sense because the board doesn't really know
Yeah, we don't know either.
what they're approving?
Yeah.
To hold the repair?
Yeah, hold it for future, future consideration.
Yeah, of something, that way, because we really don't know what it is. Like even right now, when it said EV charging stations, I thought it was EV stations, like every office building has to provide
Ancillary to an existing building as opposed to
a separate principal use.
yeah.
Because this configuration, I don't know that it necessarily complies with anything, so I think there are too many unknowns there to really.
Yeah, so I think the condition is that, subject to future developments, I guess is the only term I'm coming up with.
So that portion of the site will be the subject of a future use variance application.
Correct.
So now we're down to two use variances. One for the building, no, we've had just one for the building because the residence,
Is permitted, correct.
so we have two separate entities, the residence and the unit, so.
Well, no, I think we have more than that. We don't have one, the single-family home is permitted use, that doesn't require a use variance. The manufacturing does.
No, it's not.
Okay, then don't,
It's a cash flow thing.
Mr. Delia, I just had a question. I should have asked this a long time ago, and I probably should have understood it a long time ago. But just for dealing with this condition that we just spoke about a moment ago, should the gas station have contamination underneath, is the gas station and the area immediately around it its own lot? In other words, the site isn't one lot, it's a combination of lots, correct?
This is, I think we said 9 lots? 12 lots.
It's 12 lots, right. And do you know, from looking at the surveys, whether the gas station property that requires this remediation consists of, one of those, 2 of those, 5 of those?
It's at least 3.
Right, okay.
Probably lots 4, 5, and 6, we think of block 18.
So subject to verifying that, that would be the area that could be carved out.
I think it would have to be carved out as part of a separate site plan application.
Right.
If we need to create a separate tax lot, because I think in reality, these lots are probably considered merged at this point because they were so.
They've been that way forever, yeah.
They've been that way forever, so I think this, for all intents and purposes, it is really functioning as one lot now, so anything that's done there. But where I was going before, you guys were having a sidebar, so the single-family home does not require a use variance. So there is an area for the equipment manufacturing reconditioning component. testimony.
We can clarify that for you. We got more testimony.
So that would sort of be a separate and I think its own sort of unique set of conditions there.
Well, on that, I thought I understood there to be then 3 storage areas, if along Spruce is 1, next to Building 3 is the second, and then over by Maple is the third? Are they all intended to be or outdoor storage?
I think they are, and I think they all sort of have different kind of purposes. So I think the one, area number 6, which is along Spruce, that is the area that is reserved for the temporary truck and boat storage.
Right, and the others are containers.
Well,
The other 2 are, call them trailers, call them containers, I don't know what you call them, but
so we have, yeah, so we actually have a couple. So area 5 is the trailer staging area. That's a 45 by 45 trailer. It's just, I assume, gravel surface.
those are, if I'm remembering, those are the trailers that are staged to be filled from time to time with the reconditioned material.
No, so those,
Or are
those
those-
are actually some,
Those are
and that's why I'm
maple.
trying to get these boiled down. I think that area 5, because it's just for transporting his equipment and materials to and from his sites, I believe that that can really be part and parcel and accessory to the main manufacturing use, because that's really permitted because it's registered vehicles. What's not identified by number is they're proposing 4 metal shipping containers. Those are just to the right of building 3. Our ordinance doesn't permit, actually, and expressly prohibits the use of shipping containers for storage. So I think that should probably be handled as its own issue, because the board has had other non-conforming uses where shipping containers were proposed, and the board has denied the shipping containers, even though we had a use that was industrial and non-conforming. So I think they should be handled differently. And the 8-foot by 48-foot trailers that are on the far right side, my understanding is those are also intended, and clarify this.
We're going to clarify all that. Bill's going to come up and talk about a number of your site plan questions, so he can fill in some of those blanks.
All right, why don't we do that then, because I think those things need, because I think the testimony was those are to be used for storage of material as well until they're full and then transported elsewhere.
We want to get to it. I didn't want to cut off any other questions for John or.
Yeah, I'm sorry for, just jumping ahead, but
Well, it was unusual to have the planner go before the engineer, because normally we get the site and then the planner kind of bats cleanup. I do have a couple for Mr. Helbig. I don't know if you're going to bring him back.
No, ask him your questions. Well, I may have to bring him back, but
So
ask him your questions.
just a couple things. John, we talked about less odor as a result of this use. How are the fumes from the painting handled?
Well, first, let me say that all the work is to be done inside the building. There'll be no exterior work done on the property. So, and Jeff, do you want to discuss that? I mean, I don't know about your cleaning process and fumes, but I
I was
assume.
just going based on your testimony, saying
Oh.
that there was going to be less odor
Yeah.
from this use
Sure.
than from the prior use.
Well, my understanding, talking to the applicant, is that they incorporate positive HVAC, to provide circulation, airflow through the building, through the workspace where the workshop is. So basically, the idea here would be that's a significant improvement over the old heating oil, fuel oil repair business where trucks were outside, where clearly there was contamination on the surface of the ground in various parts of the site. That obviously is an odor issue. It's been confirmed to me that, as I'd indicated, all the work in terms of the equipment, disassembly, reassembly, parts, is all going to be done inside that primary building, and there'll be adequate ventilation to prevent fumes and odors from the building.
And are there solvents used in conjunction with that as well?
Again, I talked to our applicant. He said it's all biodegradable detergent projects. There's no solvents. That was my concern, given the site has contamination already. Certainly, we didn't want to make that any worse.
All right. So we did confirm that the fueling is actually a separate principal use. I think we clarified that.
Right.
In terms of, you talked about how the project, one of the purposes that's advanced is creating a desirable visual environment.
Right.
And there was discussion of removal of the decrepit buildings and improvements to the existing.
Yes.
I don't think there's anything on the plans or in the application or in the narrative that actually says that there is going to be removal of decrepit buildings or any painting or other improvements. So
Sure.
do you or does anybody else on the team have any particulars so that the board can understand if there is actually some improvement under that prong, and then I'll get.
Sure. Yeah, again, I've spoken to the applicant about this because from a visual standpoint, aesthetics obviously are important. It's one of the purposes of zoning. Obviously, in this residential zone, it's important as well. I mean, if you look on some of the aerial photography that I handed out, there are a lot of outbuildings. They almost look like chicken coops on the project site. They're all going to be removed. They're all going to be removed. The buildings, at a minimum, are going to be power washed. If they need to be painted, they're going to be painted. Roof repairs are going to be done. And beyond the buildings themselves, as I'd indicated, what we're proposing is to eliminate a lot of the rusted and decrepit fencing along the perimeter of the property, put up new security fencing that's more aesthetic. We're providing vegetative buffers along the perimeter of the property, evergreens that would provide a decent vegetative screen along the perimeters on spruce and on maple and on the rear of the property as well.
So they are, because you had mentioned that as part of the enhancement was the improved buffering.
Yes.
So there is, I guess, to the rear where we have adjacent residential uses.
Right.
You guys are depicting for a majority of that an 8-foot wide landscape buffer.
Yes.
There's nothing shown in that. So are we,
Those would be evergreen trees, similar to what we show along spruce or maple.
all right, so
Yeah.
those are evergreen trees?
Yes.
All right, because none of those are identified. So that's why
Sure.
I think it's important for the board to understand that if we're agreeing to your testimony that this is a desirable or an improved visual environment.
Right.
Because 8 feet of lawn.
Right.
is
Doesn't do
less than
anything.
the space between you and I.
Right.
That doesn't.
Doesn't do anything. Yep.
Do you want to talk about the fencing at all that's proposed? Actually, scratch that. It's a chain link fence with the plastic privacy slats, I assume.
Yes.
In your opinion as a planner, do you think a better buffer would be achieved by a solid vinyl fence?
Yeah, what we had proposed, especially along Maple, and I know the concern with the, you were talking about this in your previous application as to these vinyl slats that somehow they deteriorate and they become problematic. What we did along Maple, as you can see, we pushed the fence back and we actually landscaped outside of the fence to provide some, so the first thing you see is not a fence of any type. You see landscaping, which I think is a better look. You know, I would have to talk to my client about that, you know, in terms of the type of fencing itself.
I didn't ask if your client was willing to provide it, I was asking.
Oh, from a
your
planner's
opinion
standpoint.
As a planner, whether or not a solid vinyl fence would be,
You know,
provide better buffer.
Sure. I think in this case, where we're proposing the fencing behind the evergreen screening, I think the slatted chain link fence is adequate.
Is the purpose of the fence to provide some measure of security as opposed to screening?
I think it's a little of both, sir. Yes, security and screening.
To that point, in my opinion, and we've designed miles and hundreds of parks, I can still climb, believe it or not, a 6-foot-high chain link fence. It's pretty easy. I watched a 3-year-old do it. 6-foot vinyl fence, pretty darn hard to climb.
I see.
So if you're going from a purely security standpoint, vinyl may be better as well.
I see.
But you can kick through a vinyl fence.
You can, but you can also take clippers through chain link and
Well.
through in 45 seconds. But up and over on chain link,
Now you're asking the vandal to spend money by getting a chain cutter.
well, a vandal can
How it
actually
happens.
walk pretty much around anywhere on the site. All of these gates generally have a spot where you can get through, so if you want to get into the site, you can.
I mean, I use the term some measure of security.
Yeah, right.
Realizing that
Yeah.
it's not anything other than protection from the random trespasser.
I would say that's accurate, sir, yes.
Yeah.
I think it's,
Anybody who's intent on getting in
Getting
is
in.
going to get in,
That's
easily,
correct.
fairly easily, actually.
Pretty much,
chain link.
yes.
With either.
But I like the buffering.
All right, so I guess that's all I have for Mr. Helbig now until we figure out from Mr. Nicholson or Mr. Livingston what's actually going where.
Any other questions for Mr. Hill? Hearing none?
Well, I'm not waving my right, I'm just looking at my list to see if something else comes to mind.
In regard to the remediation process, is there something in writing that has been presented to the board or to the DEP showing the process from start to finish? And if so, does this board have a copy of that process?
No. The first questions, there is a document that was produced by the LSRP, of which I haven't given it to the board here, so I think it's a little preemptive at this point. What I wanted to do from a purchasing standpoint, I wanted to make sure that I was looking at it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we normally don't, we normally don't provide it, not that I'm trying to hide anything. And the jurisdiction is exclusively the state, so, but we wanted to give you all a comfort level as to what it is and what the burdens are.
There's an ordinance requirement in our ordinance as well.
Yeah,
That,
go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, too.
no, what's the requirement? Because we'll comply with it. I didn't,
I'm referring to October 31 report, page 5, item 5. With any development application, the applicant is required to submit a preliminary assessment to determine if there are contaminants on site, which shall conform to the current American Society of Testing Material Standards, as well as NJAC 726E-3.1.
we'll forward that.
Thank you.
So this is a negative criteria question or issue. The remanufacturing, is that the correct term to use? We're remanufacturing?
I was going to comment on Mr. Taylor referring to manufacturing. You and I had a conversation about this last time we were here.
Yeah.
I gave the analogy to my client that When I bring my car to a car repair, to a maintenance guy, and he looks at it and says, I got to replace the carburetor, takes the old one out and puts a new one in, and I drive away. If that's manufacturing, then you're right. This is not a manufacturing operation. It's a repair and maintenance, and the car example may be a bad one, but it's the point we're making. We're not getting parts from all different places and combining them into a refrigerator or an oven or anything like that. We're repairing and maintaining. You have a pizza shop and your oven's on the fritz. He will come out. If he can repair it, he repairs it. If he can't, he will wind up selling a used one to them or selling something to them. He will take that one, bring it back to the shop and repair it. It's not manufacturing, and I think that it's a much less intense operation than in manufacturing. The guy you bring your car to have the carburetor fixed does not have an assembly line making cars. So I think it's a much less intense operation, and that was one of the things that I was trying to stress last time.
Yeah. Well, so, all right, I guess I understand. I was thinking when you were giving the car analogy, I was thinking it's more like taking my rusty 56 Chevy in and having them redo it so it comes out as a show car. But that's not exactly what you're saying happens here to restaurant equipment.
Do you have a 56 Chevy?
I think it may be something.
No, I only wish I did.
It sounds like there's some that is just simply repair.
Yeah.
And then there's other where there's a disassembly component, a sandblasting component, cleaning
Sandblasting?
solvents, painting if
No.
necessary, and refabrication.
You want to explain that? Like, he's saying sandblasting, and that's not a...
The reconditioning is basically, we bring it in, we clean it, paint it if we need to. Most of the equipment nowadays is all stainless steel, so it's basically just cleaning it with a degreaser and remove and replace. We'll remove certain components that are defective and put new components in place of them. So it's just like the car analogy, getting new tires, new brakes, suspension. That's basically what I do for the most part. 80% of my business is reconditioning, and that's bringing in ovens that are worn out, reconditioning them, and reshipping them out.
All right, so it's sort of along the line I was asking about because these impact on the negative criteria. I mean, how much noise does this place make, if any? How much smell, odors does it put out, if any? That sort of thing. And one of the questions I had along the lines was, what is the noise that the process, I'll call it just the process right now, so we don't debate that. How much noise does the process put out? Are the neighbors across the street going to hear, power wrenches, things like that? Things that you would hear out of a garage, at least from time to time.
I would say that it's going to be more of a rare situation, but you'll hear impact wrenches every now and again, grinders. Other than that, there's not much to it.
Well, grinders are extremely loud. I use them all day long.
Yes.
And you wear, 90% of the time you wear headphones. When I have a window guy cutting out somebody's house, to cut aluminum siding, they're extremely loud.
Are you completely enclosed indoors?
No.
That's the
I agree.
difference to me is that I think the noise is minimal. If you look at where the building is and what have you, and it's completely enclosed in roof. So I don't know that there's any real significant, any real noise or smell. There's no reason for any smell. Question's well put, and your comment is well put, but I don't think it applies to this application.
How much of it is grinders?
Very little, very little. If we run into a situation where we have really baked on grease, we'll actually get a wire wheel grinder on something like that. So other than that, we don't use grinders. We try to avoid them.
So pressure washing for the cleaning?
Pressure washing or by hand, yes. We usually just soak them. We'll soak them in a degreaser and pretty much does the job for us.
You use some outfit like a safety clean to come in to take away your degreasing material from time
No,
to
it's
time?
all degrease, the degreaser is just a harsh soap. It pretty much just will evaporate, dries out.
So you send it down the sewer?
Yeah, well, it pretty much evaporates for the most part. It'll just dry out.
And this is serviced by sewer now that sewer runs down the area?
Yes.
Is it correct?
Nothing goes down the sewer, though. And there's no drains in the shop.
So your industrial waste doesn't go down the sewer?
There is no drains in the
floor?
In the floor.
So how will you clean it?
Well, we're cleaning, we are cleaning like normal. It's not, we don't use power washers because power washers are too excessive. We soak them and wipe them down.
You have a pizza oven, and you have a vat presumably?
Not that large. Usually all the components would go inside the vat, the tot.
So
And
the size of a refrigerator maybe?
4x4.
All right, so there's a vat that you dip,
Mhm.
a vat of degreaser.
Yes.
That you dip
The components and what have you.
components in.
Yes.
Pull them out, they're relatively clean, they can be wiped down or
Mhm.
hosed down.
Wipe down for the most part, yeah. There's not, it's not a huge process, and we try to avoid using power washing because it accumulates too much water.
Right, and then the vat of degreaser, that all, the 4x4x4,
When we need to cycle it, does go down that does go down the drains, when we do have to cycle it.
so how would that, if there are no drains, how would that go down the drains?
There's sewer access.
And the MUA has no problem accepting that stuff?
We put it through we put it actually through a grease trap before it even goes into the sewer.
Okay. All right. I don't want to be redundant with but you're a good source of information, personal information now, so I'll ask you when I have you, since I have you here. We have the proposed outdoor vehicle parking along Spruce, correct?
Yes.
And what is the proposed density of that parking? In other words, how many vehicles?
The
And
gentleman's here, Tom is here.
And but you know, so, you can tell me.
Right now, from my understanding, there's a triaxle dump truck.
So this is area 6, the equipment dump truck boat
Yes.
area?
There is yes, there's 2 boats, a couple other miscellaneous things.
Yeah, they're like a cigarette boat, and we all know what a cigarette boat looks like. It's big, it's long.
And I know he's got 2 personal pickup trucks on that property as well. And I think a man lift is on that property, and some other assorted items.
And the proposal is that those are sort of grandfathered for 5 years?
Yes.
And that because we give an approval, it's gonna last more than 5 years. You're gonna be here more than 5 years presumably. What are we doing with that property once the 5-year storage contract is up?
The actual display actually shows what we plan on doing with it.
I see 3 long rectangles.
Yes.
So interpret that for me. What is?
It'll be truck parking and employee parking on the backside. And then it'll be green buffer area, basically a big lawn for the most part.
Proposed grass?
Yes, proposed grass.
Once the trucks,
Yes, once he
once the
vacates.
fellas' equipment and boat go, it'll be grass?
Yes, grass.
Area 6A.
The plan?
Mr. McKay, does the plan you have a 6A under area 6?
Yes.
So area
6A in a triangle, under 6 on a triangle.
Right, so area 6 is noted to be converted to lawn after the 5-year
And
period.
and 6A is still stone.
And, yeah, will be converted to
along with Area 4 up above, which is proposed employee parking by label. Okay. So if we just move across the site to the right side of Building 3, you've got those 4 storage containers, and they're to remain, they're there now, presently?
They're on the property, they're not in that position as of yet.
All right, so you just relocate them?
Yes.
And do these get put on stilts, or they sit on the ground?
No, they'll be sitting on the ground,
Sitting on the ground?
a gravel bed.
Okay, and they're used for storage of what?
Overstock. Items that I know that's going to be moving in the near future, or one of the containers will be utilized as international. So I stage, as I get them, I accumulate the inventory inside there, and it'll be actually, one of those will be, which actually be cycled.
So it's repaired, reconditioned, whatever we're calling it, items that are ready to go to market, but they're inventory?
Yes, inventory.
Okay, and then if we move all the way over to the Maple side, those 48-foot trailers,
Yes.
what are they going to be used for?
2 of them will be logistical trailers, which basically means they'll be over-the-road trailers. They'll all be registered, FYI, but 2 of them will pretty much be staging trailers. They won't be utilized over the road for the most part, and just 2 of them will be more primary. They'll be used a lot more.
All right, so it sounds like 2 of them would be basically fixed, and 2 of them would be still on their wheels and mobile.
All of them will be on wheels. All will be on wheels, they'll all be registered and tagged.
But that would be their,
Yes, yes.
So it's for storage, it's on-site storage.
Yeah.
but those are essentially designated parking spots for those.
Yes.
So, and building 4, it's not labeled as to its purpose. What did we say that was for?
That's also, it's a 2-car garage, but it's going to be used for overstock as well in garage.
So storage.
Storage, yeah.
Of your material?
Yes,
only?
yes,
And the trains that are on the second floor,
yes.
those will be gone?
No, unless you guys want him gone. He's been there for, I don't need the mezzanine. I just allow him to use as long as you guys are okay with it. I'm giving it to Tom, I'm gonna give it to him as well. It doesn't bother me, I don't need it. It's a very small access, a little 30-inch stairwell up top, so I'm not that concerned with it.
I guess I missed that. There's a train set upstairs?
There's a very large train set upstairs, yes.
And then the last section that we're interested in is 5, the trailer staging area. That's open, that's a designated open area?
It's a designated open area, but it's going to be utilized mostly for my staging of my particular trailers, of which I've got certain enclosed trailers that are used for the local deliveries and interstate deliveries.
Okay, so they could be parked there for
Yeah.
whatever reason.
Yes.
And are those the things that are identified on the right side of the plan? Next to an asterisk?
Possible trailers, is that what we're talking about? Possible trailers to be in standing area, staging area?
I would have to look at what.
It's very hard to, it's very in micro print on mine, but
It actually should have, for the most part, detailed the sizes and the.
yeah, 20, 40, 20-foot enclosed, 18-foot flatbed dump.
Yes, yes.
So that's just a list of what might be parked there at any given time.
Yes.
And what do you propose doing with the house? Is that going to remain residential?
Yes.
Is that in some way going to be associated with the business?
No, it will not be associated with the business. It'll be rented.
But not carved out as a lot and sold?
No. No, it's going to stay together with the parcel. I call it the whole 2 acres.
Right.
Who would want to rent there?
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions at this time for either Jeff or John? And by the way, Mr. Taylor, the reason I put the planner up first and not the engineer up first is because I wanted to explain the basis for the variances and wanted to dovetail that into what the site plan's going to look like. I'm going to ask Bill to come up, but you pretty much have addressed a lot of the items about buffering and what have you. But in case you have any other questions about the site plan, Bill, why don't you come up? Is there anything else you can add other than below the
No, I think you, but eventually you got through it all. No.
How will site circulation work, Bill?
Well, there's going to be, leave the service station out of the mix for the moment. There's a driveway off of the southwest corner of the site off the Martin Highway proposed. Another driveway off of the southwest corner on Spruce, another on the northwest corner of the site off of Spruce, and a small one outgoing only off of Maple on the east side of the site.
What is the purpose of the one-way out from Maple? It looks like it's only 8 feet wide, 9 feet wide maybe.
Provide some circulation flexibility on the site.
Is it intended to be gated as well, or just left as an emergency exit without a gate?
Be gated, I'm sure.
Yes.
Be gated.
I didn't know it was only 8 feet, actually, whether it'd be a lot larger than 8 feet. Because if you're bringing your tractor trailer out of there, they're gonna be ripping that corner up.
The diagram just shows the fence cutting right through it. That's how I read it anyway, but you're
Why
saying,
would a tractor trailer need to come out of there?
Well, it's gonna be hard to turn around on the side.
Where will you turn around on the site? How does a tractor trailer come in and out and circulate?
So coming in off of Martin, pulling in to this particular gate.
right?
I mean, there's a couple, you can actually do a turn here, but it'd be pretty tight, especially if there's trailers here. You can do a turn here, or we can do a turn here.
You can turn a tractor trailer where your staging area is?
Yes, yes. It's tight, but if it was a large out radius.
Yes, you can do.
Have you done an auto turn?
No?
So that area is 40 feet wide? And you're gonna be able to turn a tractor trailer without moving all of your staged vehicles?
This area would be difficult. This area here is pretty much gonna be wide open. The front of the building of the 6,000 square foot building.
So that proposed stone area is your tractor trailer backup maneuvering area?
Yes.
And then you're gonna back a tractor trailer into the site and then back to those locations?
Well, again, in order to logistically move these, we would need a little bit more room. That's where we have to have a little larger access here.
This is easy before long.
Right, but how does that maple access enhance your tractor trailer access?
Enhance it?
Yeah,
Well, when you're doing a wide turn, we're trying to eliminate using any of the sides, number one.
right.
It's mostly for a very, very rare situation where we have to pull out of that
in order to park these particular trailers and get angles on it. But I don't forecast using this for tractor trailers all the time.
But if you're,
Very, very rarely.
but if the testimony is you have to, you're pulling in off of Martin, you're backing the trailers in, isn't it then just as easy to simply pull those trailers out and exit on Martin? To eliminate that access point on the residential street and allow that buffer to be continuous?
I would like to have that access. I don't use it that often, but eliminating it completely, I think I'd be regretting.
But we don't really have anything that shows that the site works with it or that the site works without it.
I think that would be.
And if we can't, and we'd have, go ahead.
Which access will the residential people be using?
I'm sorry?
Which access will the residential people be using? Martin Highway?
Martin Highway.
They're going to share that with tractor trailers?
You're talking about the house on this site?
Yes.
How do,
No, they'd be coming in here. They'd be coming in here.
Will
On
tractor
the
trailers
Martin.
also be coming in?
Yes, that'll be easement for both.
So, I know that part of the comment was, those are things we can get worked out at site plan, but as Mr. Helbig indicated, part of the testimony was that this, and I think he used the term, normally you say that this site is particularly well suited, and I think he said peculiarly fitted for this site. Knowing that we're using tractor trailers for storage, which is not permitted, we have storage containers, we don't really have anything that clarifies what, and it's been in our report since
yeah, it was in your report.
we don't really have any information indicating that this circulation pattern actually works for tractor trailers to get in or out of the site. Again, we don't know that it works, period. Secondarily, the noise of backup beepers to go a couple hundred feet, if they have to pull in this way and then they have to back all the way around, is not good either. So I think some of these site issues, I agree, inverts for drainage and which type of evergreen tree and the color of the fence, those are all site plan issues. But understanding how this site can accommodate this, I think is important for the board to understand how this site can work. I think it's appropriate now and not necessarily to be deferred to site plan.
So can I ask a question in regards to Mr. Livingston? Have you had any tractor trailers come into the site yet to see if and how it works? I mean, has it been physically?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
And if they make the right swing, they can do a complete turnaround. And it all depends on if it's, a sleeper cab, tractor trailer, those are a lot longer. You're talking an additional 8 feet.
Right.
And if they're a day cab, no problem at all. It's a single axle. They can easily make that turn. It's the over-the-road sleeper tractors that they have to make a certain swing in order to make that turnaround.
So at this point then, the tractor trailer traffic would work at the existing site without having to utilize the Maple Avenue exit?
Yeah, I agree. I was just, the reason why I would like to have the Maple as more of an emergency, very rarely used exit access.
Yeah, but once it's there, yeah.
Actually, need to be used as a fire access.
So approximately how many tractor trailers are you talking about?
Tractor trailer delivery and tractor trailer movement would be very, 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 very rare. Once a week, once every couple of weeks, very rare. Most of it's small, cube truck, and smaller trailer.
The plan shows for 48-foot-long trailers to be stored on the site. Some used logistically, two that will largely just be used for storage.
But it's pretty much 8 at all times.
Yeah,
So it's really not 4, it's really 8 at all times.
yeah, so
And
four
then you're gonna have,
tractor
and then you're gonna have
trailers.
other trucks, smaller trucks, in and out constantly. Well, once a week, whatever it might be.
Right, so the outdoor storage is 4 shipping containers
For
and then 4
staging, whatever.
tractor
Right.
trailers, 2 of which will have an off-site.
Right, but in addition to that, the smaller truck deliveries of pizza ovens, whatever, might be in and or out.
This might be a question, Vince, I don't know who, maybe Mr. Livingston. So most industrial uses do their operation, manufacturing, repair, reconditioning, whatever you call them, inside the building. The inventory is then stored inside the building, and then when the inventory is going to be moved, and I think you guys said these will be here for up to 18 months. I think that was the testimony at the last meeting.
The 18 months was mostly for international shipping.
Okay, so these will be here for up to 18 months. Knowing that, you know, because these aren't permitted anywhere in town, those other warehouses, you know, store their material inside in their warehouse. And then when it's gonna be shipped, a truck comes, it is loaded, and the truck then goes away. So understanding that sort of operationally, and this might be new for you, but that's generally how most work like that. Did you give any thought to constructing an additional building in lieu of having shipping containers and tractor trailers for your outdoor storage?
If I did, if I wanted to renovate the property, I certainly wouldn't have chose this property. Honestly, there's that type of an influx of monies into this particular property, plus the remediation costs, it just, I don't want to get too large. And I used to have a 35,000 square foot warehouse, and what I don't want to do is get to that stage. I want, this is ideal size. Do I wish it was a little taller? Yes, but it will work for my needs. With the additional outdoor stuff, it will fit my needs. What I don't want to do is to construct things that I don't plan on doing this for another 20 years. So my goal is to utilize the property the way it is.
So the answer was no, you didn't contemplate doing a storage building. That was all I had, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nicholson, have anything else to?
Unless you have any other questions for Bill, I think we're,
Okay, any member of the board have any questions of the applicant?
Well, maybe I do have one for Mr. Nicholson. Just listening to that trailer circulation discussion, and there are circulation advantages to be had by using one of the Spruce Street exits, the one in the rear by employee parking. But I'm assuming that the reason that fence line is there is to stop that circulation. So to eliminate heavy truck traffic on Spruce Street, am I correct?
Yes, in fact, the plan's labeled emergency access only in that area.
Right, I see what's on the plans, right. So the idea is to keep heavy truck traffic off Maple, off Spruce, directed all in and out, essentially, of the Martin Highway.
Southwest corner of the city, yeah.
Right, the Martin Highway.
Yeah, but their plan does show a one-way out on the Maple.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've debated that as what is it called? Do you call it an emergency exit, or what do you call it? I mean, but the point is, that's a site plan tweak if you were granted the variance, but point is that that's not going to be routinely used for heavy traffic. Maple.
Correct.
I would contend that when you do a turning radius for a tractor trailer coming out to Maple, it's going to be significantly wider than showing right there.
I would agree with that.
The maple basically isn't wide enough to accept the trailer if it wanted to go out that way.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
It'd have to be adjusted, the site plan issue can adjust that current site plan issue.
Yeah.
I'd also say this, relative to that, there was a comment from Mr. Taylor about getting rid of this to enhance, to have more continuous buffer. I don't think there's anything here to buffer, it's woods over here. The residences over here is more to the north of that spot. Really, it's just standing to woods, and I'd say it's good to be house there.
Woods today, house tomorrow.
It's only a township.
Yeah, but everybody still has to drive by that.
It's only a township.
Right, but everybody that lives in this area still drives by.
How many employees would you have?
With, up to 4, maybe, and probably one or two office personnel.
Mr. Nicholson, do you think that Burlington County Highway Department is going to dictate the ingress and egress along Marne Highway? Because it's pretty open for a good stretch of the property there. Do you think that they're going to request any kind of adjustments to the access points off of Marne?
Most certainly they will.
Okay.
And that's why I've showed it this way. As you point out, there's a little called slobby, whole driveway, the whole area's driveway over there. Proposing a very defined driveway here and one here also as well. As well as removing homes which are in the state of the county right away.
Do you think they're going to have anything to say also about the tractor-trailer movement in terms of coming off of Marne and the distance that they're going to need for the radius of the turns off of Marne as well on both of those residential streets?
Yes, say that.
Mr. DeLeo, could you just talk to us about your client's views on what do you do with, of this question? What do you do with this site? If not used as proposed?
As I addressed.
What does the town do with this site? One could call this site a mess presently, and that might be kind. What do you do with this site?
You said that, I didn't, by the way, but
I did say.
in
I did say.
driving past there, the first time I went by it, I said, this is a site that needs to be rehabilitated in some fashion. In terms of what else can it be used for, you and I had this conversation back in November. It's zoned for residential housing. In my opinion, that's never going to happen. And so what we're trying to do in this presentation is say, given that we have this site, it's been used as industrial and warehouse, it's contaminated, it's in need of rehabilitation, who's going to want this? The person that's going to want this is somebody who has a light industrial warehouse use, and that's us. And that's why, that was my whole, John made an excellent presentation about the statute and what have you. When I looked at this and analyzed it for myself, it was like, who is going to want to be there other than somebody with a business as unique as this applicant has? I don't see it. I really never going to see this as housing, and I know you and I had a back and forth a little bit on that. There's no residential builder who's going to take that environmental problem and get it up to the residential standard so they can build the houses. The cost is prohibitive. So as a practical matter, this is an opportunity to put the square peg in a square hole. And I guess I kind of just made my closing argument. I didn't mean to do that. But let me solicit your, who do you think is going to, who do you think would want to go there? I just can't see.
Well, fortunately, I get to ask the questions, so, but that's the question to you, and I think you've answered it.
Yeah, I get to ask a question, you don't have to answer it, too. I understand that, I'm cool with that, of course. With that, I'm prepared to submit. I'm anxious to hear any other questions or what the public has to say.
I already asked if the board had any questions, and you did get a couple of them. Any of our professionals have any more questions this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, I will then open this to public comment. And just to lay the rules down, it's public comment. This is not a question and answer period. You can come up to the podium, state your name, where you live, and make your comment. Do not get into any discussions directly with the applicant. Address your comments up here to the board. Okay, gentlemen, coming forward.
I'm A.J. Bartow, 1402 Tasker.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or write in your hand?
Oh, sorry.
Swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay. Could you give me a name again?
A.J. Bartow, Alexander Bartow.
A.J. Barkley.
Bartow, B-A-R-T-O. So I am of relation of the trust that currently owns W.L. Rife. I am not in the trust. I'm not here in any capacity for the trust. This is my family's property. Really, what I want to come here is about the remediation. You guys had a lot of questions up here. I can answer you. Majority of those questions in the past 4 months that I've been doing my valuation on the property. He's had about a year. I have his lease option agreement here. The first page outlines everything and all his requirements for the remediation. With that said, most of the requirements for the remediation, nothing has been submitted to the DEP. There is no LSRP assigned. Last LSRP was assigned 3/24/22. There's deadlines. I mean, he's up against a rock and a hard place here. He put the entire property up against a rock and a hard place. They have to hit a remediation plan February 24th of this year. I spoke to 2 LSRPs that formerly worked on this project. Both of them said there's no way. It'll never happen. Unfortunately, this has resulted in fines and liens against the property. With no LSRP assigned, there's no pre-purchase ACO signed. Nothing has been done with the DEP as far as remediation goes. He may have had testing done, but none of that was submitted to them. So as far as they're concerned, nothing has been done, and nothing, is going to get done by February. The last LSRP that was assigned to the property was active. His name was Chris Grassi. I sat down and spoke with that gentleman. They worked on this project from 2014 to 2022. They can't tell you how much it's going to cost to remediate. So that's $700,000, whatever. They got 6-7 years into this project, and the only testing that has been done on the property and submitted to the DEP, and that active is done, is at the gas station. None of the testing has been done in the back of that property. So as far as the delineation goes, there's been no dirt dug. There's been no real testing done. The monitoring wells that are there are there. It is off-site. It is in the water, unfortunately. That's $700,000. I don't think that they can even say that that's an accurate evaluation. In this was a year. This past year, he's been supposedly doing this delineation, this remediation. Nothing has really been done. And that's where I stepped in. His agreement, this lease ended on the 31st. There was an extension given for him to make this, because they delayed 5 times or whatever. But the biggest thing is remediation. W.L. Rife was founded in 1938. It was a fuel company before that. It was founded in 36. They purchased property in 38. I know there's a lot of questions you guys had that you didn't have answers to. The tanks were removed by Active. That was to get all the tanks out of the ground, but again, there has been no dirt removed, there's been nothing tested, in the back of the property, which that's a majority where the bulk storage was. There was, 30,000 gallon above ground tanks. There was tanks all over that property. They have been removed, but again, the testing was, I have all the testing sheets. I did an Oprah with the NJDEP. As far as they're concerned, everything is based around the gas station, which, as they stated, that building may have to come down. I don't believe it would have to, but again, that's where they're looking. They're looking in the wrong spot. There's fines and liens against the property because the past year that he's been there, nothing's been reported. I spoke to Jennifer McLeod and a lady by the name of Elizabeth Williams. She's the Bureau of Case Assignments with the NJDEP. She basically gave me a full outlay of, hey, this is where you guys are at, and everything stopped at 2022 prior to his lease agreement, which was January of last year. So, I mean, I think, I find it hard to believe that, he spent all this time going after variances and things like that when, this is subject to deed restrictions by the DEP. There are certain areas that are going to be restricted. I don't know how, these variances work, but, if he has deed restrictions, therefore, he wouldn't be able to get these variances, correct? Well, I'm not allowed to ask this question, but the last thing is, they said, who's going to want this property? I'm standing here in front of you. I want this property. This is my family's empire for years. I patiently waited in the weeds, waiting, because they've been through multiple buyers and things of that nature. I'm at the point where I let his lease lapse. I waited for the end of the lease. He did get an extension, but, I don't think he's done his due diligence as per this agreement. He's, the numbers he's throwing, I'm not hearing. Active said 375 was the, what they would estimate it if they had to, after 7 years, if they had to throw a number at it, that's where they were at. But they couldn't even tell me because they did no testing in the back what an accurate appraisal would be. I think this property needs the right person to be in it. I can't tell you that I am the right person if, this gentleman does not move forward with it. But I can tell you my heart's in the right spot and that I'll, give it everything it needs. The remediation is first and foremost with that property as far as compliance and, the impact to our town. I think that property needs to be cleaned up prior to any business or anything being put in there. Just the cost alone, I don't know how a business can operate, you got so much expense going both ways. But again, it's up to you guys on what you guys are gonna approve and not approve, but I think these variances and things are a little bit, again, they said he jumped the gun. He did jump the gun on, going this route, because there's, approvals he needs for delineation, digging dirt, pulling the dirt out of there, what they're gonna be required to filter the groundwater contamination. I've done a lot of research. I have about 3 to 5 months into this project now. I'm no expert, but I can tell you I talked to a lot of the right people that educated me very well, and that's pretty much it.
Okay.
So, Mr. Bartow, while you're here, you speak in some shorthand terms. I'm not sure I personally understood everything you said, so I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
What exactly is your relationship to this property at this point in time, your legal relationship?
So I would be the great-grandson of Wayne and Estelle Rife.
All right, and is the property now, you use the word trust, is the property or the lots involved presently in a trust of some sort?
Yes, the trust of Estelle Rife. So there's 14 members of that trust in my family. It's 2 generations above me. I'm not a part of the trust because of the generational gap, so that would be my father, my uncle, my grandmother, her brothers.
All right, and what's your representation position on that? Are you just here?
I'm here on my own accord.
I was going to ask you on your own, or are you speaking for the trust?
No, I stated that when I came up here. I am not a part of the trust. I'm not here in any capacity of the trust. I'm here on my own accord that, I generally would like to do something with the property. This gentleman over here does not.
And you talked about a lease that the applicant presently has.
Yes.
That's with the trust, but you know about it.
Yes, I have a copy of it right here.
Okay. And that lease has actually been extended for some period of time?
Yeah, they requested an extension because of this meeting. So they pushed it from the 31st of December till, I'm not really sure when the end date is. I know it pertains to this meeting and so forth.
So is there a member, do you know, from your personal knowledge, is there a member of the trust who's prepared to speak to this application today?
No,
Here?
nope.
Certainly the trust is aware of this application.
Yes.
And can you tell us if you have had any communication with the trust as to what their position on this is?
I mean, my grandmother's 88 years old. She can barely see. She can't drive. She can't, she's at the point where, unfortunately, she's she's the executor, whatever a female executor is, of this. She's been dealing with this since 2014, I believe. Unfortunately, at her current state, she's just not with it. She can't do it, which is the unfortunate part. I mean, most of them are at their wits' end with this project to begin with. Unfortunately, when this all went down, the DEP cleanup's been active since 1999. It's been 23 years.
Have you been personally involved in any aspect of that, or is it just?
No, I was too young. I'm 34 years old. I was 24 years old when the business sold.
Okay.
I haven't been a part of it. I was young, unfortunately. I'm still a little young myself. I do believe I might be too young for this, but I think out of anybody that would be willing to get into this, I'm probably the right person.
Do you live in the immediate area of the property?
No, I live in 1402 Tasker, just on the other side of the school.
And just to be perfectly clear, no, the trust hasn't authorized you to come here to speak for them?
Nope. Most of them weren't even aware that I was going to be here. I believe Tom was surprised when he walked in.
Thank you.
Okay, sir, excuse me.
Yep.
By the way, the term you were looking for before about your grandmother, it's executrix.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
But no, could you write down your contact information and leave it with us in case somebody wants to contact you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Questions, clarify anything?
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Public comment? Yes, sir. Come on forward, please. Okay, Mr. Kingsbury will swear you in. You need name and address.
Randy, John, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Swear or affirm the testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Your name, please.
Randy Johnson.
Use the pitch from the athletics, right?
I wish.
Short.
Just want to speak for some of the neighbors in the area on Maple Lane. Basically, the property in the last year and a half has turned into a giant hole with a nest in front of it. Since this gentleman has moved in to start working in there. He's been working there almost every weekend since the last meeting. I thought he wasn't supposed to be doing anything in there. A couple weeks ago, they had took a trailer out off onto Maple, and it was roughly a 40-foot flatbed trailer, fifth wheel, on the back of a pickup truck, and a guy had one hell of a time getting it out of there. I watched him for about a half hour try to jock it out of there without going on the neighbor's property. If I was coming to you guys to do a major, variance on property like that, I would at least have cleaned it up first and had the neighbors on my side, not having the neighbors come here to talk about me. That's basically all I got to say. It's a shame that the property went the way it was. I bought my house in '04, knowing there was a fuel oil dump across from me, which was fine with me because they took care of the property. The property has not been touched in over a year as far as cutting the grass or cleaning the fence off, and they got an oil tank out there, 500-gallon tank that's covered with vine and stuff. And the other thing that was mentioned here earlier was about circulation. What are you going to do for a fire company getting around the building? Fire company access is very limited to that property right now with the way his equipment's sitting in there. So, and it's up to you guys to do what you got to do. but I think it's a wrong move for the neighborhood, especially Maple Lane's limited access for trucks over 8,000 pounds from about 150 feet off of Martin Highway. There's a big sign there that says, "No go." Yeah, so entirely up to the board here what they want to do.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Mr. Johnson? Not so fast.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
You live on Spruce or Maple?
I live on Maple.
You live on Maple. All right, so you've seen this property for many, many years.
Many years, 20 years now.
20 years, and 20 years ago, it was
It was an active gas station and.
carefully maintained gas
Yes,
station.
they maintained it very well.
So it's the dilapidated condition since the Rifes closed the station.
It's went down since it closed, but they managed to take care of it. Ed, one of the sons of Bootsy, is the executor, or whatever you call her, Ed took care of it. He cut the grass, kept the place clean out back, kept all around the building cleaned up. Nothing's been touched in over a year now, as far as keeping it clean.
So hypothetically, a couple of questions.
Okay?
Hypothetically, if by some miracle the Rifes were still in business and operating on this site and continuing to maintain it as they had in previous decades, would you have a problem with that operation?
Not a problem at all.
All right. And you moved there knowing of that?
Knowing about that, yep.
I don't want you to speculate for neighbors, but what do you think the general feeling among the neighbors are?
Most of them are very unhappy right now.
All right. They're unhappy for what reason?
The condition of the
site?
property.
All right. So if the property were back to its old operating condition under the Rifes, would the neighbors be accepting of that or unhappy?
With the exception of maybe one neighbor, because they're new to the area, I think everybody would accept it as the way it was back in, 2000 and back down.
Do you as a neighbor see any reasonable prospect of that site being developed into 15, 18 houses, single-family lots like the rest of the neighborhood?
Maybe down the road, they get the right builder in there, but right now, until it's cleaned up, no, unfortunately.
Would you, as one neighbor on Maple, have any objection to the redevelopment of the site for the stated repair, remanufacturing purpose if it was cleaned up and the truck circulation issues could be solved properly?
That's a giant if.
I said if, and I think I emphasized.
Yes, you did.
But that's my question.
I would not have a problem with it if it was cleaned up and kept cleaned up, but he has shown no intentions of cleaning up in a year. Like I said, if I was coming to you guys.
I'm not addressing credibility of the applicant.
Okay.
I'm talking purely hypothetical here.
Okay.
So, again, if you don't feel comfortable doing this, say so, but what do you think your neighbors would think if the site were to be used as proposed, cleaned up, and truck circulation problems solved?
If you could solve those problems, I don't think it'd be a problem. However, like I said, there's been no show of, desire to do so.
Thank you. I appreciate your observations.
Is there anybody online under public comment, and they want to speak up?
There are 3 individuals online. If anybody has a comment on this application, please unmute yourself and provide your comment. Nothing.
Okay. Anyone else with public
Yes, you have,
comment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes?
This lady.
Yes, ma'am? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Betty Conrad, and I live on 13 Spruce Lane.
Last name?
Konrad, Conrad.
K-O-N.
R-A-D.
Conrad, okay. swear or affirm the testimony you'll be able to do the truth, all truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, yes.
Excuse me, Mrs. Conrad, would you be more comfortable sitting down there? We can give you a microphone.
It's up to you, whatever you say. Oh, well, the microphone's up here, I'm gonna be down there.
That's okay, we're gonna get you.
Is it working?
Oh, thank you.
It's on, right?
Way to go, Howard. Way to go, man.
Okay, my name is Betty. Is this on?
Yeah.
Thanks. I listened to a couple of my neighbors speaking, and I'm living in my house 53 years now. And back in those days, Hainesport was a rural community. Since then, as you drive around, you can see it's built up beautifully. My neighbor that left, she had to go home for her husband. Her home is about $600,000. They demolished an old wreck, which Hainesport had a lot of old wrecks in it at one time, and that's what they came, built it. They're in the house now over 10 years. I'm in my house, how many years did I say? Over 50. But it's the idea that we don't, I personally don't feel like I want any more pollution in the air. Trucks generate pollution, noise. They didn't mention the hours that they were gonna operate. So we don't know too much about the situation that's gonna be created. But once something is built in concrete and whatever they're gonna do, it's there. It's there. Now, what does that do to the homes, the value of the homes the people have moved into? As I said, Hainesport was a mom and pop community. The houses were, most of them were built for the summer. People would come from Philadelphia to be here to be close to the Rancocas Creek. So that's how they could spend their time. There were different times, true, but it's the idea that we're talking about now and what's going to happen. Hainesport is on the upswing. You go or drive around, you're looking at new developments, lovely homes, nice shopping. We have a lot of pluses. I personally don't think that we need a major, major minus with all that they're talking about doing. Who needs big trucks in the area? More pollution? I don't think so. I know I don't want, I'm old, I'm 88 years old, so I won't be around to breathe too much longer. But how about all the young people? We have to take everything into consideration. And money shouldn't really be the factor. We want to build this community, not do something to it that's going to harm it and harm the people that come here. So I don't have much more to say than that, but I just don't want anything that's so permanent to happen to this lovely little community. And I don't know who agrees with me or what, but I'm going to stand by my guns and just say it. And that's it. Thank you very much.
No, we appreciate your comments.
Good,
And Happy New Year
don't
to
get up.
everyone.
Need to ask you a couple of questions since I have you here.
Right here.
Right here. What did you think of the site and its use in the days when the Rife family operated their business on that property?
Okay, well, it was family owned and operated. They kept it up well. There wasn't a trucking business. They had the oil truck. They started back in the 1930s. That's when they started, and they had one truck. They delivered oil. That was it. And then after a while, it evolved into a small. They fixed their own vehicles and trucks or whatever they had. It wasn't a business run for that kind. They sold gasoline on the corner. I mean, but it was not a disaster. And they maintained their property, which was very, very nice. And so they built up a relationship with the people. I mean, it wasn't like it used to be, it is now, where there's people from all over creation going there. It was on one highway, you travel from Mount Holly to Moorestown. People would stop by gas, and that was it. But it was not a major operation that would generate as much traffic and noise. And what would and you know, those, the water pipes and everything else are under the ground. And with all those big heavy trucks, I mean, I don't know how that weight of them is gonna affect anything underneath there, but we don't need any more problems than we already have, I don't think, anyway.
What would you like to see happen to the site?
What I would like to see happen there is, let me see, it's kind of hard for me to project that kind of a thought, but something, even if it's maybe, it would probably be too noisy I don't know, to be honest with you. I used to work for the Burlington County Planning Board, and I was full of ideas. Who we're talking about 30 years ago already? You know, I'm old. I'm pretty chicken. But that projections and the future is for young people, young ideas, but good ideas. Not something that's just going to be a moneymaker and destroy the area. I believe that kind of a situation would be destructive. I mean, I don't know how else to say it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for letting me talk. Thanks, honey.
Thank you, Mrs. Conrad.
You're welcome. Wait, you can't pull me. You pull my arms out of whack. I gotta push myself. Here, you hold this, and let me push myself. There you go. Old is old. Thank you.
I was just here to show you this proposal.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year to you too. Does anyone else in the audience have a comment, public comment? Now's the time to speak your piece. And nothing online, correct? Okay. All hearing no other comments, I will close the public comment and revert back to council and board.
Just a couple of quick points. First of all, with regard to the elderly executrix, she has been replaced by an attorney in Medford. Applegate. Did I get it right? He's now handling it. So there's the suggestion that, and it wasn't said directly, and I'm not trying to accuse, that we're taking advantage of an elderly woman. She has been replaced by a very competent lawyer out in Medford. The other comments about the wanting the property for himself, to keep it in the family, I understand all that stuff. And it seemed to me there was a little bit of a contradiction there about we're looking in the wrong place for the environmental, we didn't file anything, and what have you. If it's going to be that expensive, I'm not sure why he wants it other than put it in the, keep it in the family, which is certainly a legitimate reason. Those are my comments there. I also, in your package, you have, for what it's worth, a November 1, 2023 letter from George Myers, the fire official, indicating that this application has been approved by the Hainesport Township fire official as submitted. So I think the thing that may have gotten lost in here, and I listened to how the Rife family maintained it, and people in the community were pleased to have it and pleased to have the Rifes and what have you. At some point, the Rifes stopped doing that. Probably maybe because of age, maybe because of ability, maybe because of commitment, maybe because of any number of reasons could be. But when we first looked at it, as I said earlier, the first time I drove by there, this was an area that needed rehab. We're here because we believe we have a use that fits, and it is our obligation to clean it up. That's why the sketch, not the site plan, which will come later, the sketch has buffering and fencing and all the improvements that your planner is going to make sure we comply with, and we do. I respectfully request that the best thing you could do for this property is take advantage of the opportunity to grant the variances. And again, doesn't give us the right to do anything any more than apply for a site plan. There's a long list of site plan issues. You raised a lot of them. The radiuses for the turning, the ingress and egress, the landscaping that we touched on, the type of fence that we touched on. All of those are site plan issues. And I believe at the end of the day, you're going to see the site plan, and you're going to see that we're improving this property, we're improving the rateable, we're cleaning up the environment, and with all that, I respectfully wish I hadn't done that, respectfully request that you grant the variances that are before you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Counselor. I have one question for you, if you folks have addressed it yet, and it has to do with the point that was raised by the gentleman in the back, the family member, with regards to a lease expiring. When is that? Do you know the date?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the answer to that. As your solicitor, as Mr. McKay could tell you, in order to make an application before a board, you have to have standing, okay? You have to have some interest in the real estate. You can own the property. You can have an agreement to sale to buy the property. You can have a lease in the property. All of those things give you standing to come here. We have an agreement of sale combined with a lease, okay? The lease was designed to give us the opportunity to start doing some stuff in there. We may have exceeded what we should have been doing, but we have the lease that gave us possession of the property. That lease is combined with an agreement. If we get the approvals, if we complete what we're required to do, we will then buy the property. That also explains why I think a lot of people are under the impression we own it. If we own it, we should have cleaned it up. But we don't own it, because we have no use for the property unless we can use it for the purpose that we wish to use it for. So I can understand the neighbors looking and saying, hey, this applicant's been in there, and why isn't he cleaning it up? Well, we're really not in a position to do that without knowing what we can use the property for. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
No, it's.
I was thinking about that. Is there an expiration date?
I don't know. There is an expiration date. We have gotten an extension, and as I'm standing here, I couldn't tell you. I'm saying that from the standpoint of every contract has an expiration date.
So there is actually a lease currently?
Yeah, there's a lease and a lease purchase, if you will, which gave us standing to be
Needed for that remediation.
standing. Yeah, and we needed it in order to start the remediation process.
Did that lease have any provisions for maintenance in it?
I honestly don't recall. I don't recall.
Can you ask your applicant if there were any provisions?
I don't recall.
So there was a lease for him to use the property, but no agreement that anybody would need?
I just.
Either the owner or your client?
I'm telling you, I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration, and again, Happy New Year.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members or professionals?
Well, let me ask this, Scott, or Bob, or both. What are go over for the board the list of variances that have been requested. Besides, we have the D1 use variance, it's overarching. But because this is a hybrid, we're not doing a site plan, we don't know the details, we don't know about other details that don't involve variances like design waivers and stuff like that. But what are the basic variances for purposes of this hearing, not for subsequent site plan issues, but for purposes of this hearing?
Well,
The one thing I'll say is, there was no bulk information in terms of setbacks or buffers or anything put on the sketch. So no C variances, C or bulk variances
Right.
were discussed or talked about or represented or evaluated by our office. So the only variances that I think would be considered tonight would be those various D variances. And that's where, based on our letter, we sort of broke out multiple of those D variances. I think it might be appropriate for the board to at least address, if the board's comfortable with all of them, they can be lumped together. But one is item 6, which is the temporary truck and cigarette boat and other storage on the western side of the site on Spruce. I think it would be appropriate for building 3, which is the applicant's principal use in building 3, for that also to include the 45 by 45 foot trailer staging area, which is those registered vehicles that are not used for outdoor storage.
Area,
Area 5.
Area 5, yeah.
And I think part and parcel of that would also be the first floor of building 4, which the applicant intends to use for storage as part of their operations. The second floor of that building is the train set, so I think the board should address that specifically, however you see fit, and if that has a time frame attached to that as well, or however you choose, but I think it's appropriate for that to at least be specifically addressed. And the applicant has indicated that he has no use for that second floor area.
And we didn't have really, other than 2 lines about a train set, we didn't have any testimony about what the deal is there. Is it, is it a lease for the guy who owns the train set, or?
He's actually, speaking of maintenance, he's actually been mowing lawns and maintaining the front of the area as well as the side area. So he's continued maintaining grass, cutting the grass over there.
So he's got a sort of an unwritten lease arrangement to use the space for his train set?
Yes.
Yeah, to me, Mr. McKay, we buy the property and I buy your house and you left the train set in there, I think the train set's mine.
Yeah.
And, we want to give the.
I don't want to get into the ownership dispute, but this.
No, but all
This
I'm
train
saying is
set,
if you
this
want
train
to-
set issues, I don't want to get it to be a diversion, because it is.
I'd rather just state it as a storage second floor, and be done with it, really.
The only thing I don't want to have happen is that there is then an implied approval for.
A rental
second
space.
floor of this to be rented as storage, which I don't think was the testimony.
So the applicant's
We're
not
not renting any
seeking rental.
We're not renting any storage space, make it a condition.
Right, and you can fight over the train set later.
Right.
I'm going to have to do some, I don't know what to do with the train set. I've talked with the attorney, Mr. Applegate, and,
But who
I
doesn't,
don't know what they want to do with it.
but
We
who
wanna
doesn't
be-
love a good train set? I mean, really.
I love train set.
But at the cessation of that use, that area on the second floor, which is accessed by some standard 30-inch wide stairway or something,
Yeah.
that there will be no use after the train storage is terminated.
It'll be used for
No use.
storage for the applicant,
No,
and no one else, not renting it out.
No
We're not
rental.
renting out anything. The only place that there was part of the agreement that the seller was maintaining was the, as you point out, the 5-year issue.
All right, so at the termination of the outside entity train storage, it would then revert to the storage of equipment or materials associated with the principal use.
Yes.
Yes. So the gas station, I think, subject of a future application. And then the last one is,
How do we define the gas station, though? I mean, what's the area that, do we define it by the lot designations for the gas station?
well, I think that area that is generally existing between the single-family home and encompassed due east to Maple Lane.
And how far back?
Well, if you look at the depth of that single family and extend that due east,
If you'd like, so we can have something more specific, you could make a condition saying that with our site plan application, we'll have to define the parameters of the gas station, subject to the review, of course, by your professionals and approval by the board.
and then the last one I have, Mr. McKay.
Yeah, or you could do it right, I mean, or you could do it right now by using the tax map and just saying that this motion is not directed at the following lots.
Yeah.
I guess the problem we don't know what's, the boundaries are just vague.
That's why I was suggesting that we leave that definition. I don't think it's going to be hard to reach an agreement on what the parameters are, but trying to define it by the lots, which are really
Doesn't work.
ancient.
Yeah, I hear you.
And that depth from the Martin Highway right-of-way to the back of the single family is about 80 feet.
It's not enough, probably.
I mean, it's gonna be tight regardless, but I think part of, to Mr. Delia's point, when we start trying to get a tractor trailer to turn around in there, some of that proposed grass and landscape area may need to become not grass and landscape, and that may need to get eaten into for circulation. So I think that having some fluidity in that description.
It's 18.
Mr. Taylor, I'm not sure if you were agreeing with me that we can define this as we go forward?
Yeah, I think if we generally say that area.
Yeah, because if you look at the lots, they go way back, and that's not, I don't think anybody wants that.
It's all split lot, but generally that area that, where the gas station
next
was,
lot
and
back.
basically east of.
Yeah, I would say at least 40.
The single family extending to Maple Lane. The final is to be determined
At the time of site plan.
Next one.
Um,
I don't know how.
And then I do think.
Can,
Go ahead.
can the same
Be 200 feet back.
logic be applied to the 4 48-foot trailers in that area?
So the last thing I was gonna say, I think that the board should, because we've had several of those specific applications that dealt with shipping containers as outdoor storage, tractor trailers as outdoor storage, I think the board should probably evaluate those separately as their own individual D-variance. And if the board is inclined to allow shipping containers, then obviously the location, the configuration, and everything would have to be the subject of site plan, because we don't know that it even works on the site.
So one could approach this application as just a D variance on the use and take all the other issues, the temporary truck storage, the location of the staging, the carve out of the gas station, as appropriately handled, if at all, as variance applications in connection with a site plan that presumably would follow. So that, could you rationally simply approve an extremely narrow D1 use variance on this hypothetical site plan? We're doing a bifurcation, so we can't do anything really much more than that. The applicant has his D1, if it passed, and maybe it won't.
Yeah, no.
If it passed, the applicant has the comfort of that variance. But because there are so many details that have to be dealt with for the site plan, that we're dealing in too many hypotheticals now to deal with the location of the 4 by 48-foot trailers and other things like that. Does that make sense?
It does. The only
Or am I creating a problem down the line?
Well, this.
And it gives them an incentive to come back with a real site plan that cleans up the place and solves the traffic circulation problems. And it doesn't give up any rights that we have to manage the development of this site, but does give the applicant the opportunity to move forward to develop the site in an acceptable fashion. And it benefits the town potentially because he will could clean up the site, could improve it, so we don't lose that improvement as a town. It could be a benefit to both the town and the applicant. And from what I heard from the testimony of the neighbors, remember I talked to that gentleman about the big if he comes in with an appropriate and proper site plan, then it could be something that the neighbors and the town will find acceptable. If he cleans it up.
The only other caveat I would make is I think that there is one D1 for the applicant's principal use.
Right.
I think the neighbor's storage of equipment and boats and things should probably live its own life and perhaps be considered as a separate D1. I think allowing the trains to stay because it is a separate residential use, whether it's a separate vote or just acknowledged as part of the other.
I don't think you have to address the trains other than saying that it's for storage, whether it's a train set or my Legos.
Yeah, you have to because.
No, but.
The only storage that's permitted on the site is storage that is accessory, subordinate, and incidental to the principal use. The trains are not. So if we don't ignore them, Kathy can go out tomorrow and say, these are not accessory, just use. So if we ignore it completely, there's no authorization of it.
So, under an enforcement issue, what I hear the board, and especially Mr. Taylor's and Mr. McKay's, I think it's a really good idea in regards to defining those uses. Because in an enforcement, in thinking positive for Mr. Livingston, if this were to be approved and he became a better neighbor and kept the area good, but 5 years down the road, 6 years down the road, the boats are not done. Or 5 years down the road, now I have 10 storage containers, but his use is still fine. For me, or any future zoning officer that has to go to court, defining what they're in violation for, according to the resolution, as it's clearly defined, and I have to give Mr. Kingsbury a lot of credit through the years, is that his resolutions and all of your requirements in these resolutions have been a blessing in court from me, because it makes it so easy to define what they're in violation for. So when the court takes a look and goes, well, is Mr. Livingston in violation for the whole site? No, he's in violation for A or B or C, and it makes it better for the court system and the town to enforce those rules on an applicant.
All right, so that there would be a D1 use variance, and then a D variance for each of the storage components.
Correct.
Be it trucks, trailers on one side of the building, be it storage containers on the other side of the building. And then I don't know, what would you call the train situation? A rental space?
I don't want to call it a rental space either, because then it's an implied thing. If the board acknowledges that there's an existing non-conforming, non-commercial train being stored there and life rights are given, and after that goes away, it reverts to the owner's storage, that's fine. I only say that because at one point in this application, Mr. Livingston had proposed renting that space out. So I would like it to be clear that
It's not rentable.
it is not rentable.
It's not rentable. We're not going to rent it. You correct, he was corrected at the time he said it.
Yeah.
And we're confirming that.
Yeah.
Is there a limit on the train storage? Is there a point come where they have to be renewed?
No.
There's no written lease or?
There's no mention of the train set in the agreement, to my recollection again. And to me, it'd be like I bought your house and on the second floor you left the train set.
This is a tail wagging the dog situation.
Yeah,
if there ever
really.
was one.
This may be a obvious question, but it might be a stupid question, but
No.
do you know who owns the train set?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are they, pardon?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and there is no formal agreement between anybody and that person?
No
Just a verbal agreement.
They
No
pay-
lease.
They pay in rent?
There's no lease.
They pay in rent to somebody?
No.
He gets to use the train set once a year.
You could give them a time limit to remove, couldn't you?
Well, we're going to be fair with them. We're going to be fair with them, yeah. We're settling on Friday, 2 months from now, and, you know, what do you want to do with the train set? Like, what do you want to do with the stuff you left in the basement?
I mean, in all reality, Mr. Livingston could keep them, and when he has a frustrating day, he could put on his, train hat and go
Play
do
with
the
the
trains.
trains.
I mean,
Let's get this. I'm tired.
I don't know how to character, I'm at a loss to characterize the damn train set.
Oh, my God. Okay.
I mean, the only good news is that they're going to have to come back to us with the site plan and a bunch of bulk variance requests, aside from just this portion of the use variance.
At the time of the site plan, the applicant will have to address the issue of the continuation of the train set on the second floor or the whatever.
I agree.
Say it louder, say that louder.
I say I agree.
Scott worded that with the train. I like the way Scott worded it with the train.
Yeah.
Scott,
How many people do we need to?
can you read, I like the way you worded it when you talked about the train.
I think if.
Yes, I did like it.
If we just sort of, the board acknowledges that the second floor of building 4 has private trains, and that those trains can remain as long as the owner agrees, but after the trains are removed, that area shall revert to being utilized for storage purposes in conjunction with the principal commercial kitchen reconditioning use.
Seconded.
I like that comment. I would like that put into any
Yeah.
ordinance or resolution that we agree.
Did you hear what Mrs. Kelly was just saying?
I did not hear her, no.
I'm sorry. I said, I liked the way Scott worded that, and I would like that put into any resolution.
We agree.
That, okay.
And then Bob can fix it all.
And then,
Right.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I ask the board, what's your pleasure?
Well, I'll make a motion for consideration by the board to grant the following, subject to edits by my co-board members and professionals, to grant the requested use variance for the overall use of the property, to grant use variance for the identified in the proposed Exhibit 1, the boat / truck / vehicle storage along.
I think it's 2. Exhibit 2. Oh,
It's
3?
Exhibit 3, okay, I amended to 3, the designated area on, along Spruce for what I'll describe as boat / truck / vehicle storage, and grant the use variance for trailer storage and trailer staging in what Exhibit 3 calls areas 4 and 5, as well as trailer storage as designated in Exhibit 3 along Maple Lane. And in doing so, acknowledge that the board recognizes second floor storage in an auxiliary business, a building of a model train set. And the resolution grants the continued ability to use that space, second floor space, as train storage, but once the trains are removed, that area would revert to storage related to the principal use of the property. And under no circumstances would it be used as a continued rental space. The applicant would then have to establish rights to develop the property in accordance with the variance pursuant to the required rigid site plan requirements.
And we're excluding the gas station.
Yes, thank you. I was getting to that, Bob. That, just trying to piece together everything. And I guess the question, should my motion frame this as a further limitation on the approval as not including the area of the so-called gas station at the corner of Marne and Maple, which includes the existing station, the parking lot around the station, the area behind the station where the tanks used to be. I think that covers it, sufficiently identified.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
May I ask, does a time frame need to be put on those boats and the trailer at this time?
Yes, didn't we have testimony of a 5-year
5 years.
agreement on those? Now, that applies to the, what I call the boats, trucks, vehicles on the spruce side. But it only applies to those.
Correct.
Area 6?
Area 6, yeah.
Right, I would need to have that time frame in the resolution.
So the use variance for area 6, as we're sometimes calling it,
Correct.
would be conditioned on that use being approved for a period of 5 years from the date of the resolution.
The resolution
So-
of the use variance.
The resolution for the use variance, right, the date of this resolution that I'm proposing.
And that does not include the 1-year lease time that just lapsed?
That's in,
That's our,
That's-
we're
So it's
still on
5
contract.
years, okay.
That was for the whole property, that lease. This is just for the sublease, maybe, if you will, for that space for parking vehicles,
Right.
where they are presently now.
Okay.
The other issue was we haven't established timeframes of operation.
What are the hours of operation?
well, those can be a condition of site plan approval because
Okay.
the site should not be utilized until there is a site plan.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I would not want to get into those to imply that there's some legitimacy to the current use.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
And then
Yeah.
the board may, and I'm sure that if the applicant ceases their operation, they're going to be anxious to get back in for site plan approval. I know that this board and some other boards occasionally will put a time frame on how long the applicant has to at least make an application to the board.
A site plan application?
I can't hear you.
I would like to see a very short time period on this in regards to the site plan.
What was that, Kathy?
I've done this in one of my other towns where we did put a time frame of 3 months. If they don't have it, they need to come back and explain the reason why they're not ready for that. But I don't feel that this should be going on for any lengthy time for a site plan.
Mr. DeLeo, what do you propose on that line?
Well, I was going to say 4 months. Kathy said 3. I'm going to go with hers.
3 months?
3 months is.
3 months from today?
From today.
Or 3 months from the date of the resolution, which will be a week or, it could be another month.
It'll likely be a month from now.
I think from the time, if this were approved, from the time of the resolution.
Resolution, if time from the resolution, 3 months absolutely works for us.
Which will give you 4 months, in fact, and
So I give, yeah, this is the 4 months I
Exactly.
snuck in.
So, Mr. Kingsbury, you're going to weave that into the resolution, correct?
Yeah,
Okay. And the applicant's agreeable to that?
we agreed.
Did I miss anything? Guys,
Along with all other representations and anything else.
Yeah.
the usual, subject, yeah, right,
Yeah.
usual subject to wording.
Does
Yeah.
the house play in any of this? Did we forget to mention that at all? or-
No, I think the board just acknowledges that the house is an existing single-family structure.
And the testimony is it's going to become a rental.
Well, it is a rental, right?
Is it?
Oh, it's not a rental?
Yeah, I thought the last time we talked on this was.
Okay.
So I think that's my resolution, but I'm open to having Mr. D'Elia
call me on it or have our professionals call me on it.
Thought it was pretty thorough, Mr. McKay.
Do we have a second on the motion? I'll second the motion so we can move forward. At this point, I usually ask, does anybody have a question on the motion? And I'm reluctant to ask, but I will anyway. Does any board members have a question on the motion, something they wish to have clarified?
Just a procedural comment, there will be 7 voters, and it takes 5 to pass. 5 yes votes to pass.
All righty. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mr. Colpfeiffer?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Takochi?
Yes.
Mrs. Baggio?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Costco?
No.
That's 5.
We'll be back.
We'll be back.
Thank you very much for
Thank you, Counselor.
consideration.
Okay, let's, we're going to take a 10-minute bladder break.
Please, yes.
You have what?
Poor guys.
Yeah.
And theirs is so simple. Well, it looks like it is, but it's not. This is a bulk, no, this is bulk variant. This is, CVS is a bulk variant, right?
It's, no, just a.
Nicely done, sir.
You know,
Oh, okay. All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
take that in. Thank you.
That was a monster.
Oh, Marty. Oh, when you come back, I'll talk to you. I'm sure you're filled up. Like I was. Marty, he's probably gonna come back.
If I was a neighbor. Yeah.
I just realized my phone died. My one ride left.
Karen did come back.
That's the impression I had. Yeah. It's like he said, he's already been there for a year. It's already been going on. We have an opportunity with the site plan coming in.
Is there any possibility, Lily, you could take me down? I can always call Greg. Get somebody to call Greg.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you can invite yourself.
Good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm sure I can get in your truck. I can get in my husband's truck. I'm sure I can get in your truck. I get in Bruce's truck too.
Unbelievable. That was a tough one. It was very difficult. Yeah.
Is it over?
Huh?
Is it over?
Well, we approved the use variance, but there's a ton of conditions. And they still have to come back, bulk variance, site plan, and all that stuff. And it's, It's not like they have this piece of property and they want to do something.
Right.
They got a whole bunch of pieces of property.
Right.
And one's residential, one's a gas station, one is storage, one is this, one is that. So it's, Tom McKay did a nice job of the resolution.
So it's going in here.
Do me a favor, squeeze these two things right here. Well, this is the problem I'm having with this hand. You know? We're gonna push the envelope with hello there. What's that?
How you doing, Steve? I'm
It
doing.
is.
Well,
what's
when this young guy came up, why didn't you say, well, you want to do something? It's to have the funds to improve the site. I asked him that.
Well, he does. It was asked at the last meeting. We were in here before.
Well, then, I'd have to go with him.
Those two pieces go together. No.
How did it?
This goes to here. I just undid it. Reset
I think
the
it's
line.
Junior on the rest
Push
of
that in.
Like that.
There you go. Shit, I
Is there
didn't.
another thing after this?
Yeah, CVS.
Yeah, what is that?
They want to put some new HVAC equipment out there.
CBS, no.
The warehouse behind ShopRite.
Oh,
Lowe's,
yeah.
behind Lowe's.
They want to do what?
They want to replace the HVAC equipment.
That's an improvement.
Yep.
See, when you were taking the candy out, the
Well, hey.
Played a game on my phone.
Sorry, Frankie.
Does he ever practice for you? Yeah. Oh, he did with I didn't know we were still had a stay here. And I didn't know.
That's why you had it. I don't have yours.
Karen is the mayoral
We're on there 2
appointment
years, so you got,
to the
wait,
joint land use board.
well, 4 years.
The township committee.
I think you finished, I think you finished.
Deep for me.
I don't know, I'll have to look at it.
According
But
to the
anyway,
state
so
of
you're reappointed for 4 years.
joint land use board must consist of the following. One, the mayor.
I gotta make yours up because I don't have it.
The mayor gets to appoint someone from the township committee to be on it.
Well, actually, the number one and number two were the
As
same.
the township
And
administrator.
Chris just moved up to
Has to
number
be
two,
on
that's
it.
why.
Then there have to be 7 other members of the community that are appointed, and 3 or 4 alternates. We have 4.
I disagree, you know where, and I'm
Crazy.
well,
I don't.
I had to in there. But you built it, I framed it. I touched the side when you opened the door and it did
Wobbles.
this. It's not very secure. Are you all right?
Just tired.
We will sit.
6:30 every. Huh?
Yeah, it would be nice.
Okay.
I'm with you. I just told them.
Everybody, please be seated.
They
Stop. I'm gonna go home.
It's a very complicated case. Okay. Will you give this to Paula Tiver, please? Paula, that's the contact information for that gentleman in the back
Yes.
that came up and spoke?
Yep.
In case any of our professionals or anybody has to talk to him.
Okay.
Unprofessionals too.
Yeah, there's only one.
There's only one on
Okay,
Corner.
Yeah.
the next order of business that's coming up is case 2316, CVS, the HVAC and lighting systems. And just to clarify something, sorry, Counselor, you can get it. Just to clarify for anybody listening, the 10:30 cutoff does not apply to this application. It says we can't start anything, but we're here till we finish. So.
Appreciate it. We'll do our best to beat
No.
it anyway.
Yeah, I would appreciate
You never know.
Oh, good evening
Surprise.
again, Chairman, members of the board, board professionals. Luke Pontier of the law firm Day Pitney, and I'm here tonight on behalf of New Jersey CVS Pharmacy LLC. CVS is the tenant of the property that's located at 8 Berry Drive, and that's block 96, lot 2 on your township tax map. That property is located in the I Industrial District. The property is currently developed and occupied by a warehouse building, along with associated parking, loading spaces, landscaping, and other related site improvements. We're here this evening to seek preliminary and final site plan approval for the installation of 4 HVAC units on top of concrete pads, as well as site lighting, 1 lighting fixture right at the front property line, about 5.5 feet off, as well as some lighting bollards that will go along the front sidewalk to the main entranceway for pedestrian safety. You'll hear more about that through our engineering testimony tonight. There were prior variances granted for this property for both impervious coverage and the number of parking spaces on site. Those were both approved back in 2005, and we are not planning to modify either of those variances in any way as part of the application before you tonight. We did receive reviews from your board professionals, the board engineer and board planner, both of which were dated January 2nd of 2024. And although I have not reviewed it, I understand the fire official has also sent in an approval with no comments. We have 1 main witness with us this evening. That's our civil engineer, who will walk you through the existing site and the proposed improvements. To the extent there are operational questions that I or the engineer are not able to address, we do also have representatives from CVS here tonight as well. We published notice in the Burlington County Times and sent notice out to all of the property owners in both Lumberton and Hainesport, since we're right on the municipal boundary, each in accordance with applicable laws, and an affidavit of mailing and service was forwarded to your board secretary prior to this evening. There were a few completeness waivers that were laid out in the board engineer's memorandum, so I defer to the chair on whether you'd like to address those or if that will be kind of subsumed as part of the application as a whole.
Let's first of all swear in everybody that you think you're going to call as a witness, so we can cut that a little short.
Great.
You could have them come forward, state their name.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Kingsbury will swear everybody in.
2 people. That's it.
Yep, yes.
Sharon, we swear or affirm testimony you give tonight is the truthful,
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Name?
Ken Cassie. Steve Tyson.
What are your positions with the applicant or profession?
Civil engineer.
Civil engineer, okay,
I'm the executive director of the buildings.
okay, thank you.
Ken, could I get the spelling of your last name, please?
Yeah, sure. B as in boy, I-E-N, K-O-W-S-K-I.
E-I-E-N.
Correct.
Ian House.
Ian House.
The other gentleman?
Tyson, T-Y-S-O-N. What do you need?
Say it again.
T-Y-S-O-N, like the chicken.
Okay.
Mike Tyson in the 80s.
Okay, Counselor, ask the question that you had just before we swear people in.
Sure. So there were two completeness waivers. So as part of your checklist requirements, there were two items that we requested a waiver from submitting. And your engineer outlined those in his review memorandum. So the question was if you need to address those before we proceed with the substantive portion of the hearing, or if, based on your engineers not having any objection, if we can just proceed into the substantive part.
We'll do it that way.
Great. That works for me.
Mr., is that, yeah. Okay.
Okay, then without further ado, we'll call up Mr. Biankowski, our project engineer. And I do not believe you've testified previously before this board, so if you
Not
could
before this board, correct.
provide them with your education, qualifications, and prior
Yes.
experience.
Yes. I graduated in 1993, Rutgers University, with a civil engineering degree. I've been working professionally, for the most part, Jacobs Engineering for 30 years now. I'm licensed in the state of New Jersey and New York, and I've been involved in site development projects, transportation projects, and many civil utility projects as well.
And your
And
license
I've,
remains in good
and I've
standing.
testified in front of numerous boards, probably in the order of a couple dozen.
Are you licensed in New Jersey also?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions, comments for anybody from the board? You got some nice comments by everybody. I was looking when you mentioned that university.
Rutgers?
Yeah. So, and I assume you watched the bowl game.
100%, yep. Yep.
Okay, that's acceptable, fine, continue.
Very good, thank you. And has your office been engaged by the applicant as the civil engineers for this project?
Yes.
And did you participate in the preparation of the plans that were submitted to the board?
Yes, I did.
Very good. Can you please take the board through the existing conditions and locate the site for them?
Okay, yes. There are 4 exhibits, so is it better I'll just kind of go over the 4 and then I'll kind of, discuss each one of them. And they are labeled too, so we have them labeled exhibits 1 through 4. And before I go on, is that in a good position? Because I know, should I move it closer or are we good? with the
I
position
think
of
you're
the-
okay over there.
Okay, so exhibit 1 is the existing survey. Okay, and then, thanks, Luke. Exhibit 2, that's the proposed site plan that's rendered, and that's the one I'll speak to predominantly. Okay? And then I'll touch upon these other 2 exhibits a little bit later on in the testimony as well. Exhibit 3 is an aerial image. This is an aerial image from approximately 10 years ago, and this is just to kind of identify some of the striping that I'm going to talk about, and what's also in Mr. Taylor's letter. And then exhibit 4 is the aerial image from today. So it shows striping is a little bit different. Again, I'll address that and explain it in a moment. I just want to explain each of the 4 exhibits first. Okay, with regards to, here we go, exhibit 1 first. Existing conditions, again, as was discussed, is the site is located at 2 Berry Drive. It's a warehouse for CVS. It's on a 10-acre property. There's 2 entrances into the site. And the project is proposing, there's 2 aspects of the project. One, we're proposing 4 air conditioning units, and I'll explain where each of these are, positions. And the other aspect of the project is going to be site lighting on an existing walkway that crosses Berry Drive at the north end of the site. There's an existing walkway, the crosswalk that crosses there, and that goes into the main entrance of the site. So I'll discuss the site lighting after. With regards to parking, okay, existing conditions, we had on the application 65 spaces, okay, and then Mr. Taylor pointed out that there were some that were missing on our table. There's 91 spaces, okay, so we want to correct that, and I'm going to explain what we're going to do as far as we want to restripe that area. So there are, in fact, 91 existing spaces for employee parking, okay? That's going to be unchanged. We're not changing that. The truck spaces, there are, if I got this right, 59. Okay, there's 59 spaces Okay? With the addition of 3 of the air-conditioned units, we have to reduce that, which I will go into. We're going to actually be reducing that by 12. Okay? So I think that's basically a summation of the existing conditions, and we just and then kind of go into a little more specifics.
But your application says you need something like 230 spaces, right?
No, there was a prior variance that was granted. The site as a whole, based on your code, requires 232 parking spaces. Back in 2005, there was a variance granted to allow 91 vehicular parking spaces. So that's what exists on site today.
Yeah, I mean, I did see it, but I wanted to get it out here for everybody else to understand.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention the parking. We're not changing any parking, but I think it's important to mention, as is in Mr. Taylor's letter, and also the fact that we are not changing anything in regards to employee parking, but the truck parking we will. All right, with regards to the proposed work under this application, again, we have 4 air-conditioned units, and they're shown right here. We're going to, top of the page is north, even though we're kind of at a diagonal. So there is a single air-conditioned unit. Right? What you see here is a pad for the air-conditioned unit. The pad, the size is 38 feet by 14 feet. The one on the north face is going to be oriented perpendicular to the building, okay? And it's going to be adjacent to a loading bay. So it's not impeding access to the loading bay. It's going to be adjacent to it. Okay, so that's one, okay? And then the other 3 are on the south face of the building. They're going to be same size. They're going to be orientated parallel to the building, okay? And all 4 air-conditioned units, okay, on their concrete pads will also be protected by bollards, okay, for any, type of potential vehicular hit. The 3 on the south face, okay, they're going to take away 12 truck parking. That's why I mentioned parking before. So probably hard to see, but there were some diagonal parking spots. So 12 are going to be removed. So we go from 59 to 47, okay? It's my understanding that this does not affect operations. We could function adequately with 47 spots, okay? The employee parking, which is unaffected, but you can kind of see it's right here in the south face of the building, okay? And we have 9 up here. Again, that is 91 spots, okay? And there's a section right in here, okay, that we didn't show as being striped in our site plan. Recognizing that, we want to now stripe it. So that's going to be one of the conditions of this. We'll take those.
So where are the 91? I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. So the 91 are in this south area, okay? There's actually a gate here. This is all for truck parking. So it's in the south area, and there's 9 up there. So
On the plans that were submitted, there were 65 spaces shown.
right.
In this area here, correct, Ken?
Right. So
And do you want to maybe show the other exhibit?
yeah, that's exactly what we do. So this is probably a good opportunity to kind of explain those 26.
Could I ask you a question first of all? These are 8 replacement HVAC units, right?
Correct.
Where are the present?
They're not.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. They're not replacement. They're new.
Oh, in addition to?
Correct.
And where are the other ones? They on the roof or somewhere else?
There are none. Correct.
There's no air conditioning?
Correct.
So this is an enhancement for the employees that are.
Yeah.
So if I may explain, the parking situation is with those 91 spaces, you can see that from this is Exhibit 3, there is 2 rows of 13 that were striped. Okay, this is an error element from 2010. Through the years, okay, that striping is fading. Okay? When this lot was restriped, I think it was just earlier this year, those middle ones were not restriped. They should have been. Okay? And that was why we were showing 65, there's actually 91. So now what we'll do is go in here and we'll restripe those 26. So again, that really has nothing to do with the air conditioning, but we just want to make things right. That's it.
And the 47 that were to be green banked as part of the prior 2005 approval,
I know there was a question with regards to impervious surface. We're not adding any impervious surface, but we did look at that, and that green bank parking area was not included in our 75%. Okay? But we did a calculation to see what that would do, and that brought it to 77%, which still brings us under the 80% that was approved as a variance, I think, in one of the prior approvals.
Yeah, all right, so the only thing I would suggest is because in 10 years, somebody else may be here, CVS may be out, and we're gonna have to try to piece together that application. So I think just acknowledging that and modifying these plans to say 47 green bank spaces reserved per resolution 2005-18.
Right.
Or something, so that it kind of lives on in the resolution, and
Agreed.
if somebody that's got a more intense operation than you guys, which would be hard to imagine, but if somebody else comes in, it's there.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good comment, and we could certainly add that to the plans, so it doesn't get lost. Okay, so that's pretty much it with regards to the new air conditioning work. Okay, and I mentioned before the other component of this is lighting, right? And as was mentioned, there is a walkway, you can see in the, I guess, the northern portion of the site. It's a walkway that crosses at the, the front entrance from the Lumberton side, okay? And this facility is also owned by CVS, so there are employees that traverse Berry Drive at nighttime, and the Lumberton side is lit, right? So there was a question about type of lighting. So what we're proposing to light the our side is a single 20-foot LED light, which essentially mimics the same light that's on the other side of Berry Drive, so it looks symmetrical. And then 4 bollard lights. So the bollard lights are smaller, about 4 feet, and they'll just light the walkway, not more than, say, 30 feet right to the existing front entrance. And that's essentially the lighting improvements that we're proposing in this application.
And just in terms of general operations, based on your discussions with the applicant, there's no operations that are proposed to change as part of this application. It's just to enhance current operations.
Correct.
One quick comment, was the sidewalk just recently constructed?
It was.
On both sides?
I believe that's correct.
Both sides?
Yeah, that's right. And actually, right, so this is, again, if we go to the aerial image, you can kind of see how it, right, so that was just potentially within her property, it was in last year.
Right. So I guess your application should technically probably include the construction of that sidewalk connection as well. Because I guess that was done.
Yeah,
To the extent it does not have an approval, we are happy to include it as part of this application.
Because the only comment I would make, I think the entire roadway is technically in Lumberton, but the approach up to it is through Hainesport. So the only comment I would make is that crosswalk is not at an intersection, and there are very specific signage requirements for what's known as a mid-block crossing under the MUTCD. I'd be remiss, and I don't know what legal recourse the board has. Our walkway leads up to that, but it didn't look to me that the appropriate mid-block crossing stuff, when I drove by there, was identified. So I have to say I have an obligation and a code of ethics with my license to mention it. I don't know what extent the board can address something that's in another, but what we don't want to have happen is somebody walks down the sidewalk in Hainesport, crosses the crosswalk, something happens, gets hit by a car, and the signage wasn't put in. So,
Should the signage be on both sides of the street?
so technically the signage, there's advanced signage and there's certain signage requirements that should be there. So I think at a minimum that the applicant should investigate into the board engineer's satisfaction, at least discuss if any signage upgrades.
Yeah, so that, to the extent, I mean, regardless of whether it's within this board's jurisdiction, the applicant is willing to provide proper signage.
We can't
But it's
really enforce
enforcing,
it because it's
right,
out
and
there,
it's,
but
I don't know that it can be a real condition.
that's why I didn't write it in the report and I raised it verbally, but, I think it's appropriate.
But, you know, this is all done for, you know, employee enhancement and safety purposes, and so to the extent that it's gonna further enhance safety for their employees, I'm sure that's something that they want to do. All right.
That has been done in the past, where you have changed things. Namely, the truck to turn into, what would that be, Berry Drive, from the bypass. You didn't have a turn lane, and that was added.
Okay.
So, you know, you can do, seems to me that we kind of work together.
Very good. Yeah, yeah, and it's certainly well discussed, so. And you did review both of the reviews from the board's professionals, correct? Sorry,
Okay, I'm sorry.
You did review, both of the reviews received from the board of professionals?
Yes, and I believe the questions I did answer in my testimony, but I'm open to, if I missed something, then.
Yes, so we can certainly comply with the engineering comments, and I think many or if not all of the planning comments have been addressed through testimony, but we're happy to entertain any questions from board members or professionals.
I think we have, the only one, we've suggested some on-the-ground striping instead of just the bollards to try to direct, because you've got parking around all the HVAC. So what we've seen done is sort of stripe a yellow gore, and that way a truck backing up or anything, there's like a little extra visual view.
Beyond the bollards.
Beyond the bollards.
So it's not just,
So
the bollard's not your
so
first.
it's not,
right.
it's not your first clue.
Where's the gas lines come in from them? Are they gas? The air conditioning units? Just for curiosity.
Yeah, I actually don't know.
We're actually gonna add in a different witness that hasn't been sworn in, if that's all right to answer this question.
You swear or affirm the testimony you give tonight will be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth.
Yes.
Name, please.
Steve Mallah, M-I-L-L-A-R.
M-I-L-L-A-R.
A-R. Tough Boston accent, I'm sorry. Gas comes in the front of the building.
Step up to the mic.
Gas comes in through the front of the building.
So it runs all the way to the back.
Not even close. And they are strictly HVAC units. They are not heating units.
What is your connection with the application? What's your title?
I am engineering services out of the corporate office.
So these
Usually,
are all just electric and from inside the building.
yes.
Are you moving any boxes or electrical boxes back in that direction that have to be protected?
There'll be some conduit runs and things like that, but nothing on the,
On the
nothing on the
exterior wall?
exterior for these.
So the conduit's gonna get run on the inside?
Yes, and then they'll punch out and feed them. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from the board or professionals?
Just one question. The building's a couple of years old now, I understand it?
I believe it was first approved back in 2005, so
Right.
coming up on about.
I was just curious what the background is of adding the air HVAC now. It was just a plain dry warehouse, no air conditioning in it. It was probably heat, but no AC.
There's currently no air conditioning. I believe. Okay.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi.
Hello, or good midnight, whatever time you got. Yeah, so my name's Steve Tyson. I've been with CVS for 30 years, going on 31 in March. Little background about myself is I started in Lumberton facility back in 1993 as a case picker and worked there for 12 years, working my way up. I relocated in 2005 when this building was active. traveled for 18 years with my wife and family with CVS, and then had the opportunity in March of 2022 to come back and lead the building where it all started for me. The first day that I was there, I walked into the CW building. Well, maybe it wasn't the first day, maybe it was in May. I walked in the CW building and was sweating before I even got back to the PIC modules. At that point, I called that guy and I said, we have to do something for these employees. Over 100 employees working in that building. So now here we stand, almost 2 years later, hoping to get air conditioning for my employees because they need it. They do hard work, and you know, it's just something that would be really appreciated for my employees, and that's who I care about the most, whether it's the lighting, the sidewalk. Most of my employees park in the other lot of the main lot, and then that's why I put the sidewalks in, so they can get across safely without walking over the hill and getting injured. So yeah, that's, was that the question? Did I answer the question?
It does. I'm just curious, sometimes they add HVAC systems like this because the product, maybe it's pharmaceutical supplies, they have to be.
No, that's in the other building.
Strictly for the employees.
Strictly for the employees.
Warehouses are
correct.
warehouses. Sometimes you have 2 employees, you don't need AC. You got 20 employees, you need to make them comfortable.
We need AC because there's a sweat box. In the main building, we have chillers that pump cold air in through the PIC modules with socks.
Right.
It's not air conditioning, that's 1 million square feet, so it's a little tough to AC that place, but at 168,000, we can air condition the building for the employees. So, that's it. All right. Any other questions?
Any professionals, any other questions? We're good? Mrs. Newcomb?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Board members, any other questions before I turn it over to public comment? We still have somebody online here?
There is one individual still online.
Okay, that one individual just got lucky. It's his turn, or his or her turn. They have any question or comment about this application? Okay, anyone in public have any questions on the application? Hearing none, I'll close public comment and turn it back over to the board. What's your pleasure? Need a motion and a second? Yes, for preliminary and final.
Do I have to make the motion?
Yeah, we like the way you make them.
Yeah, we,
Yeah, right. So I'll make the motion to grant preliminary and final as proposed, subject to the modification agreements agreed to by council and compliance with the comments in the professional letters.
I'll second that.
Okay, any questions on the motion? Hearing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mr. Tricocci?
Yes.
Mrs. Twardy?
yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Cosco?
Yes.
Mr. Bradley?
Yes.
And Mr. Krollpfeifer?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Board. We appreciate your time.
Okay.
Happy New Year, and congratulations to all those recently appointed.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Happy New Year.
Mr.
Happy
Pointer?
New Year to you, too.
You, nice job.
No, maybe it's the other facility. The pharmaceutical side.
Yeah.
Okay, the next order of business is the approval of the annual report. And
I make a motion to approve the annual report.
Is that with any recommendations?
I don't have any recommendations.
okay, any questions on the motion? Nope. Hearing none, roll call, please.
1 second.
Just need to leave the actual.
Ms. Cosco?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Twardy?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Chakotchi?
Yes.
Mr. Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
And Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer.
Yes. We have two resolutions, rather.
Minutes.
Say what?
Minutes.
I always skip them. Damn. Okay.
It's too freaking long.
We have I need a motion and a second to accept the minutes for the October 4th, 2023 meeting.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, may I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Costo?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore? Yes. Mr. Chakotchi?
Yes.
Mr. Bradley? And Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer.
Yes. Next, we have the resolutions, 2024-2, Hainesport Joint Land Use Board, that's the adopting the annual report we just discussed. Need a motion and a second, please.
Make a motion that we accept the annual report.
Any questions on the motion? A roll call, please.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Tordey?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mr. Chakotchi?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Costo?
Yes.
And Mr. Bradley? And Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer.
Yes. Next resolution, 2024-3, that's the Georgianne Bruno application for the day camp. Need a motion and a second on that.
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry. Leila, I don't think you voted on that one.
I can't.
All right, I'll do it. Thanks.
No, you can't either.
I can't either. Okay.
Just a second?
How about, can I do it?
Yes, you can, sir.
Okay, I make a motion.
I'll second.
Accept resolution 2024-03.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Chakotchi?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mr. Bradley? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Costo?
Yes.
Next, correspondence. We have 2 items of correspondence to be accepted and approved.
I make a motion that we accept the correspondence and file it.
Second.
Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
Mrs. Tordey?
Yes.
Mr. McKay?
Yes.
Mr. Chakotchi?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Costo?
Yes.
Mr. Bradley? And Mr. Kroll-Pfeiffer.
Yes. Professional comments.
All aboard! Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You just wanted to wake us all
I
up.
would like to welcome Mr. Holden
Okay.
to our family here, and I wish him a lot of luck and welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard.
You could change your mind now after you've seen us through.
I'm all in.
All right, good. Glad to have you.
So you're on board then?
Yes, ma'am.
Do it. Any other questions from our professionals? Okay.
No, but welcome, Mr. Holt. And did Kathy tell you that at your first meeting, you're supposed to bring donuts?
I got it for the next one.
No,
Yeah, Gus did say I got it for the next meeting.
Mr. Holden, no, you missed your boat. You missed your train.
As well. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Your first meeting as well. Thank you. It's really, really wonderful.
It's actually her first meeting on this side of the,
Exactly.
because she's been in the back at a lot of the meetings.
Come back.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any board comments?
Happy New Year.
Yep.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Happy healthy New Year.
There should not be any public comments.
They still have to open it.
We only have one public out here. And somebody online?
Yes.
Yep.
They have anything to say? Okay, hearing no public comments, I'll close public comments and need a motion for adjournment. So moved. All in favor?
Aye.
Good night.
That was that.